leaks in Rajasthan continues. As on Saturday, December 24, the second grade teachers recruitment exam paper was leaked.
कई राज्यों में आर्मी के अंदर जुडिशरी के अंदर पेपर लीक होने लगते हैं। बहुत ही चिंताजनक स्थिति है।
Notably, taking to Twitter post the cancellation of the exam, Gehlot said that while the general knowledge exam has been cancelled, other exams will continue as per schedule. According to police officials, the paper leak gang had allegedly taken 10 lakh rupees from each candidate for illegally providing them the questionnaire. Police further said that 37 students and 7 experts were held in Udaipur district along with the alleged mastermind Suresh Vishnoi.
पूरे एग्जाम प्रोसेस के दौरान ऐसे लोगों को पकड़ने में लगी हुई है, तो उसी के क्रम में उदयपुर पुलिस को इतला मिली थी। इसके बेसिस पे रात में ऑपरेशन किया गया है। इसमें ये इतला थी कि एक बस में लोगों को ले जाया जाता है और उनमें पेपर सॉल्व करवाया जाता है। उन्होंने पीछा करके उस टीम को लोगों को पकड़ा जो बेकरिया के पास नाकाबंदी में पकड़ में आए और उनको पकड़ के उनसे जो पेपर की रिकवरी और उससे एक पेपर लीक का मामला सामने आया।
Police informed that they nabbed the alleged accused after they were tipped off that a bus carrying the candidates has the possession of the leaked papers.
अभी हमने टोटल 49 के आसपास लोगों को डिटेन किया है और इसी के बेसिस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और अन्य लोगों को भी जो भी आएंगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उनको इसमें लिया जाएगा।
This being the 9th paper leak in the year, opposition BJP attacked the Congress government and demanded strict action against those involved in the scam.
पेपर पर पेपर लीक हो रहा है। ये पेपर आरपीएससी की गोपनीय शाखा से लीक हुआ है। उसका ज्ञापन देने के लिए ज्ञापन दे दिया है और मैंने उनसे कहा है कि इसे गहराई से गंभीरता से जांच कराओ। गोपनीय शाखा के आपके व्यक्ति हैं और उनको पुलिस को सुपुर्द किया जाए जिससे आगे कार्रवाई बढ़ सके। राजस्थान के बेरोजगारों का भविष्य इस तरह से नहीं बिगड़ना चाहिए। इसको ज्यादा लंबे समय तक हम बर्दाश्त करने वाले नहीं।
Responding to the opposition demands, Chief Minister Gehlot said strict action is being taken.
राजस्थान वो राज्य पहला राज्य देश के अंदर जिसने लोगों को जेल में डाल रखा है। आज भी जिसने ये हरकत की है सख्त उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी।
Notably, the Special Operation Group of the Rajasthan Police was given the task to investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Rajasthan Director General of Police Umesh Mishra in a statement said that a letter is being written to the Rajasthan Public Service Commission to debar the candidates who try to cheat. With so many examination papers getting leaked, it raises questions if the government is actually taking stringent action or involved in a nexus. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in now early in the morning. Co-star Shizan in the Tunisha Sharma death case. Actor Tunisha Sharma was found hanging on the sets of her latest series. Her co-star Shizan Khan has been arrested for abetting her suicide. Police strongly probing the suicide angle in the case. Her co-star and actor Tunisha Sharma was found hanging on the sets of her shoot for the latest series that she was shooting, and her co-star has now been taken into custody and charged with abetment to suicide. Let's listen in to know more.
अली बाबा सीरियल एक चल रहा है, उसमें वो सीरियल में काम करने वाले तुनिशा शर्मा, इसने आज उनके सेटअप पे जो काम सीरियल का काम चल रहा था वहाँ पे सुसाइड कर लिया है। हैंगिंग मतलब ये हैंगिंग कर लिया है और उसमें उसकी माँ की यहाँ पे आने के बाद उसने माँ ने कंप्लेन दी है, तो उसके ऊपर पुलिस गुना दाखिल कर रहे हैं और आगे की तहकीकात कर रहे हैं।
माँ ने क्या गुना दाखिल किया, क्या बोला है
वो ये सुसाइड आत्महत्या करने के लिए उसको प्रवृत्त किया करके ये गुना दाखिल हो रहा है।
किसने, कौन? सुजान
वो उसके साथ काम करने वाला लड़का है।
सर, क्या अभी क्या सर ऐसी खबर है कि वो प्रेग्नेंट थी, ऐसा कुछ
ऐसा कुछ अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चला है। आगे पुलिस इंक्वायरी कर रही है।
In other top stories that we're tracking, former ICICI Bank CEO Chanda Kochhar and her husband, who were arrested in a loan fraud case, have been granted CBI custody by the court. In a big development in the Shahi Eidgah versus Krishna Janmabhoomi case, the local court has ordered a survey now. This comes in the backdrop of a plea demanding the removal of the Shahi Eidgah. Amidst global alarm over COVID, India swings into action. Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia makes RTPCR mandatory for international passengers. As India fights COVID-19, Rahul Gandhi continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra amid a massive backlash. BJP fires Parivar over protocol jibe at Rahul. PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has stoked yet another controversy, saying there should be relocation of Pandits for a time so that they can feel safe. The question arises, why is Mufti not calling for a crackdown on terror, but instead seeking relocation for the Pandits? Time now for a short break. On the other side, all the details and updates on TV actor Tunisha Sharma, who was found dead at her shooting set. Police are probing both suicide as well as murder angles. Also coming up, after banning women from universities, the Taliban now is banning women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown have emerged, shocking the world.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call DEN toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
सामने फ्यूल पंप है, वहां से ले लें।
जी सर। सर, फ्यूल तो पिछले पंप में भी मिल जाता। इंडियन ऑयल में ऐसा क्या है?
कुछ है स्पेशल, खुद ही देख लेना।
स्पेशल?
अरे इंडियन ऑयल की तो बात ही कुछ और है।
जरा देखिए, फ्यूल तो बराबर डाल रहे हैं ना।
अरे यहाँ कंप्लीट ऑटोमेशन है, मतलब प्योर और पूरा दोनों ही।
इन सेंट्रली मॉनिटर्ड मशीन्स की एक-एक रीडिंग का हिसाब है यहाँ पर। क्या हुआ?
सर बिल।
ओह, बिल। ओके।
वाह सर।
क्या देना? इंडियन ऑयल की बात ही कुछ और है।
इंडियन ऑयल।
पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल।
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
And it was a heart-touching farewell for the 16 army jawans who were killed in the Sikkim accident on Friday. A wreath-laying ceremony was held at Bagdogra as a final salute to our 16 brave hearts. Here's more in our next report. Take a look.
In a heart-wrenching conclusion to the dreadful incident on Friday that killed 16 army jawans, a wreath-laying ceremony was performed in Bagdogra in West Bengal. The country stood shoulder to shoulder to bid adieu to the brave hearts as their mortal remains were unloaded. Later, they were sent off with the utmost respect in another ceremony, with funerary rituals done with due diligence, attended by senior officers. The Sikkim Chief Minister and Governor were also said to be present. The incident occurred on 23rd December in the day when a truck carrying out jawans in North Sikkim skid down a steep slope, injuring 4 jawans and taking 16 of them from us. In this moment of grief, the whole nation salutes the brave hearts who were martyred while serving their motherland. The nation will always be grateful to their ultimate sacrifice. The nation salutes the brave hearts. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And moving on now to the top story that we've been tracking for some time now. Former ICICI Bank chief and her husband Deepak Kochhar were remanded to 3 days CBI custody by a special court yesterday. Here are the details in our next report. Take a look.
Ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochhar and her husband Deepak Kochhar were remanded to 3-day CBI custody by special CBI court in Mumbai on Saturday. The remand was granted after the CBI said that they needed 3 days' time to question the Kochhars. They bore a look of resentment while being taken to the special CBI court. The Kochhars were arrested on the 23rd of December by the CBI. The CBI accused them of non-cooperation during questioning. The arrest comes on the back of the alleged rupees 3,250 crores Videocon ICICI Bank scam, which first came to light in 2019. The allegation is of then ICICI top boss Chanda clearing loans worth over rupees 3,000 crore to Videocon, which made their way into her husband's ventures, which became non-performing assets and caused a reported loss of rupees 1,730 crores to ICICI Bank. Chanda Kochhar's fall from grace is a long journey she took since 1984 after joining ICICI. The shock of Chanda Kochhar's arrest and the allegations are not unfounded, as she was once hailed as one of the most powerful women in the world, winning even top civilian awards in India. The Videocon ICICI case is considered one of the biggest scams in Indian banking circles. Now the country waits for a definite conclusion to these allegations of grave economic offences. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And with that is a wrap on this edition of This Morning. But coming up in World This Morning next, news from Afghanistan. After banning women from universities, the Taliban now is to ban women from NGOs. Videos of a brutal crackdown also emerge. After Taliban crackdown on women's rights, EU has come down heavily on the Taliban, condemning the draconian move.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्री टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, har pal aapke saath.
Tonight, a murder will be committed. If anyone can name the killer, that person wins our game.
This is truly delightful.
Holy
There has been a murder. For one person, this is not a game. A killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again.
You must be really great at clues.
I'm very bad at dumb things.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day? Multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
The headlines from across the globe: after banning women from universities, the Taliban now bans women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown also emerge. European Union slams Taliban's ban on women working for NGOs, says assessing the impact of its aid. Clashes break out for second time in Paris. Police and Kurdish protesters clash at the killing of 3 by a gunman. Massive snowfall across the United States, over 2,000 flights cancelled following winter storm. Huge claim by Ukraine, says at least 10 killed in Russian attack in Kherson. Hello and welcome to this edition of World This Morning for all the news and updates from the top stories from across the globe. I'm Rukma with you and you're watching Republic TV, and starting off with the latest on this attack that took place in a busy and bustling Christmas market in Paris. Friday's attack has stirred up concerns about hate crimes against minority groups in France at a time when far-right voices have gained prominence not just in France but across Europe. While the suspected accused in the case is in custody, Kurdish activists, left-wing politicians and anti-racism groups took to the streets of the French capital in protest against the deaths. Here's more.
Paris, known for its beauty, is facing massive clashes. Following a shooting at a Kurdish cultural center the previous day, which left 3 people dead and 3 others wounded,
cette fusillade a fait 2 morts, a fait 2 blessés qui sont aujourd'hui en urgence absolue, 2 autres blessés qui sont en urgence relative. Le meurtrier lui-même en urgence relative a été conduit également à l'hôpital puisqu'il a été immédiatement arrêté par les services de la préfecture de police.
Kurdish activists, left-wing politicians and anti-racism groups took to the streets of the French capital in protest of these deaths. Following the open fire tragedy, skirmishes erupted in the neighborhood a few hours after the shooting. Watch how members of the Kurdish community shouted slogans against the Erdogan government. And to take control of the situation, police fired tear gas to disperse the increasingly agitated crowd. The shooting came at a time when Paris is bustling with activity before the Christmas weekend. According to police officials, the crime area of the French capital was immediately cordoned off. Police further said that while they have arrested the suspect accused, the motive for the attack is still not certain.
Aujourd'hui, à ce jour, on ne connaît pas véritablement les motivations de ce meurtrier. L'enquête, évidemment, est en cours. Le quartier est complètement bouclé, donc je demande à l'ensemble des riverains et des habitants de ne pas se rendre dans le quartier, à ceux qui sont chez eux d'y rester pour le moment. Le quartier sera probablement bouclé toute la journée.
Police also further warned people to keep off the area. Anti-terrorism prosecutors were in contact with investigators but had not indicated any sign of terror motive at this stage. Meanwhile, the Paris prosecutor's office opened an investigation for murder and attempted murder, and investigators are considering a possible racist motive for the shooting. Remember, France was hit by a string of deadly attacks by Islamic extremists in 2015 to 2016 and remains on alert for terrorism-related violence. Agency report, Republic TV.
After restricting women from entering and studying in universities, now in Afghanistan, the Minister of Higher Education in the Taliban government has come out to defend the decision. Afghan Minister Nida Mohammad Nadeem has said the ban is necessary to prevent the mixing of genders in universities. No assurance on removing the ban has come out thus far, despite the immense backlash from across the world. We tell you more in this report. Take a look.
Following the Taliban's education ban, there has been global condemnation and there has been protests within. Group of Afghan students rallied in Quetta against Afghanistan's Taliban rulers' decision to ban female students from attending universities. The group chanted slogans, held posters. Student protesters called the ban unsuccessful.
It's an unsuccessful decision which is taken by the government of Afghanistan. You cannot see any nation in the world that has gotten or achieved some milestones without education. So banning girls from education or not allowing them to get education is a miserable decision, and there is no nation in the world that can violate or ban the girls from getting education.
While some are confused as to why such a ban has been implemented.
But I don't know why Taliban don't want girls go to a university, go to a school. I don't know, but I thinking about that always. And that's why I come in here today, because today is ihtijaj for women and girls Afghan.
Meanwhile, defending decision to ban women from universities, the Taliban's ministers of higher education has dug his heels and said,
دا مسله روانه وه دا هم 14 میاشتې تېرې شولې حجاب عملي نه شو په هغه لباس د زینت کې او په هغه شکل باندې چې لکه یو مېرمن چې واده ته روانې په داسې کیفیت باندې د دې حضور پوهنتونونو ته.
He said it was against Afghan's culture.
بله همدا ستونزه دا وه چې په اکثره پوهنتونونو کې دا د اختلاط نظام نه و ختم شوی د نر او د ښځې په مابین کې دا مسله روانه وه دا هم داسې یو صورت دی چې هغه شریعت یې په جواز باندې نه دی ښایلی.
He blamed the attire of women in universities.
په دې کې بعضې داسې رښتیا وې چې هغه د دې اناسو طبقې د دې شان سره د دې د عزت او وقار سره د افغاني کلتور سره سر نه خوړی چې په هغې کې لکه دا د انجینري اړخ دی یا د زراعت اړخ دی.
Eventually, Taliban-led government continues to cause outrage and opposition in Afghanistan and beyond. Taliban security forces used a water cannon to disperse women protesting the ban. According to eyewitness, 24 women headed to the provincial governor's house and chanted, "Education is our right."
ما امروز به خاطر حق تحصیل و درس آماده هیچ سلاح هیچ اسلحه‌ای در دست نداریم. ما میگیم ما دخترها به خاطر دست خیلی از ما ترسیدن داخل کوچه آمدن ما را بندی کردن و آب مطرح آب آوردن به سطح ما را خیس کردن همگی تر شدیم دخترها همه به زمین خوردن. ترس از اینا فقط از صدای ماست ما دیگه هیچ چیزی در دست نداریم ما فقط حق خود میخواهیم.
Condemning the decision, Turkey said the move is neither Islamic nor humane.
Pakistan'da kız öğrencilerine yönelik eğitim yasağı, yani üniversitede eğitim yasağı. Bu yasak gerçekten İslami de değil, insani de değil. Dolayısıyla böyle bir yasağı biz reddediyoruz. Yani doğru bulmuyoruz. İnşallah bir an önce bu kararlarından vazgeçerler. Yaklaşık 1 milyon kız öğrenciden bahsediyoruz. Üniversiteye gidebilecek. Yani eğitimin, kadınların eğitiminin ne zararı var? İnsanlığa ne zararı var? Afganistan'a ne zararı var?
Muslim majority nations like UAE also condemned the Taliban. As Afghan women fight back, cricket players have too come in solidarity opposing the latest crackdown. Another show of support for female university students came at Nangarhar Medical University, where male students walked out in solidarity and refused to sit for exam until women's university access was reinstated. Despite the initial promise of a more moderate rule respecting rights for women, this sudden crackdown has revived fears of 1990-like situation. Agency report, Republic TV.
And now news from Ukraine. Russian shells pummeled the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson on Saturday again, killing at least 7 people and injuring 58 in the city that Moscow's troops were forced to abandon last month. Here's the latest update from the Ukraine war.
Yesterday, Russian shells pummeled the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. The shelling killed at least 7 people and injured more than 58 people. The barrage came as Ukrainians were beginning with the Christmas festivities that for many Orthodox Christians will culminate in the traditional celebration on January 7th. According to the video released by Kherson's regional administration, it showed bodies yet to be recovered and emergency workers tending to the injured in the streets of the city Moscow's forces were forced to abandon last month. Remember, yesterday marked the 10 months since the start of the Russian invasion, which began on February 24. Agency report, Republic TV.
And a massive fire broke out before dawn in the two-storied wooden building in the city 3,000 kilometers, that's 1,900 miles east of Moscow. According to Russia's emergencies ministry, 22 people were killed in the fire accident. Officials further said that the cause was not immediately determined, but news reports say the building was heated by stoves. A report.
Yesterday, a massive fire engulfed in an illegal nursing home in Siberia. According to Russia's emergencies ministry, 22 people were killed in a fire at a nursing home in the Siberian city of Kemerovo. The fire broke out before dawn in the two-story wooden building in the city 3,000 kilometers east of Moscow. While the cause was not immediately determined, but reports said that the building was heated by stoves. Meanwhile, it's still not clear how many people lived at the privately run facility or how many were in the building when the fire started. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other international news, Friday's attack in Paris has stirred up concerns about hate crimes against minority groups at a time when far-right voices have gained prominence in France and around Europe in recent years. While the suspected accused is in custody, Kurdish activists, left-wing politicians and anti-racism groups took to the streets of the French capital in protest against the deaths. Russian shells pummeled the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson on Saturday, killing at least 7 people and injuring 58 more. The barrage came as Ukrainians were beginning Christmas festivities that for many Orthodox believers will culminate in the traditional celebration on the 7th of January. A massive fire broke out before dawn in the two-storied wooden building in Siberia, 3,000 kilometers east of Moscow. According to Russia's emergencies ministry, 20 people were killed in the accident. Officials further say the cause is not known, but news reports suggest the building was heated by stoves. In Cuba, as night fell over Santiago on Friday, a park was lit up in color as a Chinese lantern festival returned to the city. A total of 30 structures resembling Chinese artifacts were set amongst smaller lanterns, illuminating the parts and artificial lake of the park. And Sitiveni Rabuka was confirmed as Fiji's next Prime Minister on Saturday, more than 2 decades after the former military commander first held the office in a term lasting nearly 7 years. The 74-year-old won the nomination by 1 vote over incumbent Frank Bainimarama at a sitting of the Fijian Parliament in Suva. A short break now here on World This Morning. On the other side, massive snowfall across the United States. Over 2,000 flights cancelled. And also coming up in World This Morning again, in Ukraine, Russian forces pummeled Kherson once again, a strike that has killed 10 now.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
Shahrukh ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
Magnificent picture, magnificent sound, magnificent experience, Magnifique. High performance TVs by iWire Japan, now in India.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
All-rounder, हम भी हैं. और तुम्हारा किचन? किचन. कभी स्टेन्स, कभी जर्म्स, तो कभी पानी. आपके किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100, टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर. MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100, जोड़ हो तो ऐसा.
Welcome back to World This Morning, and in other world news from the United States, awaiting a US Supreme Court decision on whether to lift pandemic-era restrictions that prevent many from seeking asylum, hundreds of migrants are gathered in unusually frigid cold temperatures along the Mexican-US border near El Paso in Texas. More in our next report.
Awaiting a US Supreme Court's decision on whether to lift pandemic-era restrictions that prevent many from seeking asylum, hundreds of migrants are gathered in unusually frigid cold temperatures along the Mexican-US border near El Paso, Texas.
Nosotros somos de la zona costa, mucho sol y verdad que este clima nos afecta un poco, mucho frío. En estos momentos nos encontramos haciendo un poco de fogata para poder calentarnos. Estamos en espera del día 27, a ver qué noticias dicen sobre el artículo 42, el título 42. Por eso en estos momentos no hemos tratado de cruzar, porque dicen que los que cruzan lo están devolviendo nuevamente aquí a México. Sí, muchas personas que han cruzado lo devuelven, lo dejan en frontera con Matamoros. Muchos vuelven otra vez aquí a Ciudad Juárez. Solamente a la espera de lo del día 27.
The limits on border crossing had initially been set to expire on Wednesday before a brief extension was granted.
Nos sentimos bien, estamos cómodos, realmente no como de repente nosotros quisiéramos, ¿verdad? Estar en nuestra casa, en nuestro hogar, pero ¿qué más podemos pedir? Creo que esto es mejor que estar allá afuera, aguantando frío, exponiéndonos de repente a robos, maltratos. Pues nosotros nos entregamos, ¿verdad? Nosotros nos entregamos a migración nos expulsó, porque pues lo que nos dijeron a nosotros es que ahorita los hondureños, todo lo que es Centroamérica ahorita está bloqueado, está cerrado. Guatemaltecos, salvadoreños, nicaragüenses, hondureños, no estamos.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration has asked the court to lift the restrictions, but not before Christmas. It is still not clear when will a final decision will come.
Everybody's waiting here to see what opportunity they're going to have in order to be able to cross into the United States. Some of them have tried already to go into the United States once or twice to see if they would be able to make it. Some of them have even went in and given themselves up, but then they have been sent to other places in Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico City, Guanajuato, just different areas, but they once again get on the train or wherever they're at, they find a way to get back here again. It's going to come down to almost 23 degrees tonight, and some of them, there's been nights when it's been so cold that people, I step outside and they say, please, let me in, even if there's standing room only. I don't even have to find a place on the floor to sleep as long as you just allow me to come in.
In the meantime, thousands have gathered in the cold on the Mexican side. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And our news from South Africa. A truck carrying liquefied petroleum gas LPG exploded in the town of Boksburg, killing at least 8 people and injuring 50 others. According to emergency service officials, the top of the truck scraped a low bridge, sparking flames that caused the explosion. A detailed report.
A truck carrying liquefied petroleum gas exploded in South African town of Boksburg, east of Johannesburg, yesterday.
According to the Ekurhuleni Fire Services, a truck transporting an unknown gas got stuck on a subway at the corner of Hospital and Cider Road. Because it got stuck underneath, it then started burning. And somebody called the fire department so that they can provide the necessary assistance. The Boksburg fire crew responded speedily, and on arrival they found the truck that was well alight. They tried to extinguish the fire, but unfortunately the tanker exploded, and 6 of the firefighters were injured, and an unknown number of bystanders were also.
According to officials, the blast killed at least 9 people and injuring 50 others. According to emergency services officials, the top of the truck scraped a low-lying bridge, sparking flames that caused the explosion. Gauteng Province Premier Panzaya announced the latest death toll.
As I said earlier on, this is a sad day. A sad day for our province, a sad day for our country. And we want to extend once more our sincerest condolences to the affected families.
The tanker was reportedly delivering gas to the nearby OR Tambo Memorial Hospital, where some of the injured were treated. Premier further added that the part of the hospital has also been badly damaged.
The portion of this hospital was badly damaged, and section of the hospital as well was cordoned off and closed. And our team are analyzing the situation so that they can advise further whether the hospital should continue operating. But there are some sections of the hospital that is still operating, and we remain hopeful we'll clear the other areas as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, Tanya Campbell, the mayor of the municipality, was seen touring the explosion site along with other officials. Agency report, Republic TV.
The biblical city of Bethlehem, revered by Christians as the birthplace of Christ, was in full preparation on Monday to welcome pilgrims from around the world for Christmas celebrations in the Holy Land. With a giant evergreen tree, colorful balloons in the streets, and selfies in the Church of the Nativity, Christmas tourism has returned to Bethlehem after 2 years of COVID-related restrictions. Take a look.
It's Christmas today, and Bethlehem is already geared up for the celebration.
This year we started receiving tourists since March, and the numbers started increasing more and more. Until this moment, we received around 700,000 tourists. Of course, this number is not like before the pandemic, but this number is good in comparison with the last 2 years.
Yesterday, Palestinian police erected barriers in Bethlehem's Manager Square for Christmas evening celebrations. Groups from Palestinian Scout Association opened the celebration by marching through a barricaded section of Manager Square. Bethlehem hosts thousands of foreign tourists and pilgrims who come to visit the city's holy sites, including the Church of Nativity, built at the exact site where many believe Jesus was born.
We are celebrating Christmas this year in a very much different way than last year. Last year we celebrated during the pandemic without any pilgrim or tourist from any place in the world. This year is very much different. We're celebrating Christmas with pilgrims coming from all over the world.
Before the pandemic, Bethlehem would host thousands of Christian pilgrims from around the world, bringing a strong dose of holiday. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have for you in World This Morning. But coming up in the Morning Express, court grants CBI 3 days remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband.
Mr. Blanc, you're the world's greatest detective, right?
In your words, there has been a murder. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again if it covers their tracks.
Wow!
Well, I'm out of here.
Yeah, me too.
Lock the doors. Stay in your rooms. Everyone is in danger.
Are you calling me dangerous?
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC. LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
अब जियो मार्ट की ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में फूड और ग्रोसरीज पे मिलेगा अप टू 50% ऑफ. तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Wish you all a Merry Christmas. We start with the top headlines this Sunday morning. Centre writes to states, directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management.
तो देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे राहुल गांधी?
BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Court grants CBI 3-day remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband. TV actor found dead at shooting set, police probing both suicide and murder angle. After banning women from university, Taliban bans women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown also emerged. And we start with Newsbreak coming in connection with the alleged suicide of Tunisha Sharma's case. In fact, we are now given to understand that co-star Shizan Khan has been arrested in abetment to suicide case. So while the investigation is on in the suicide case of Tunisha Sharma, the police is probing whether it is a suicide or a murder case. Remember, no suicide note has been recovered from the location where the actor was found dead. In fact, co-star of actor Tunisha Sharma was arrested after a case of abetment to suicide was registered against her. Meanwhile, the police also said that the accused has been identified as Shizan Khan, against whom a case under Section 306 of the IPC has been registered. So the police is probing various angles in this case. We have that reaction coming in from the police official on the probe into Tunisha's death case. Let's listen in.
अली बाबा सीरियल एक चल रहा है, उसमें वो सीरियल में काम करने वाले तुनिशा शर्मा, इसने आज उनके सेटअप पे जो काम सीरियल का काम चल रहा था वहाँ पे सुसाइड कर लिया है, हैंगिंग मतलब ये हैंगिंग कर लिया है। और उसमें उसकी माँ की यहाँ पे आने के बाद उसने माँ ने कंप्लेन दी है, तो उसके ऊपर पुलिस गुना दाखिल कर रहे हैं और आगे की तहकीकात कर रहे हैं।
माँ ने क्या गुना दाखिल किया, क्या बोला है
वो? ये सुसाइड आत्महत्या करने के लिए उसको प्रवृत्त किया करके ये गुना दाखिल हो रहा है।
किसने, कौन
सुजान वो उसके साथ काम करने वाला लड़का है।
सर, क्या अभी क्या
सर ऐसी खबर है कि वो प्रेग्नेंट थी,
ऐसा कुछ अभी तक पता नहीं चला है, आगे पुलिस इंक्वायरी कर रही है।
And Sandeep, tracking the story very closely. Sandeep, if you could give us more details, at what time was the actor found dead, and also under which sections has the case been registered? We understand various angles are also being probed by the police.
So yes, Samiksha, Tunisha Sharma was in fact found hanged on the sets of Alibaba in Naigaon, Walip area located sets, and in fact she had hanged herself, and she hanged herself in the bathroom, and in fact when there was no response and she was there for a long time, the bathroom door was broken, and later she was found dead. Later on, her body was taken out, and in fact, now her body has been in fact sent to JJ Hospital for post-mortem. Primarily, the Walip police has in fact taken a written complaint from the mother of Tunisha Sharma, wherein the family members of Tunisha Sharma have made allegations against Shizan Khan, the co-actor, that she was in relationship with Shizan, and it was a distressed relationship, and for the same reason she might have committed suicide. Now the Walip police has in fact registered a case, and FIR has been registered under the section of IPC 306, and they have also arrested the co-actor Shizan Khan and will be investigating the matter. It will be very much crucial to see what kind of an investigation takes place as more and more facts unfolds in this case.
Thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Sandeep, getting us those details of Tunisha's death case. So the mystery that shrouds over her death case. Remember, no suicide note has been recovered. Meanwhile, the actor's co-star has been arrested, and he's been booked under Section 306 of the IPC. Now, according to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India recorded 201 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours. The government is stepping up preparations to fight if there is yet another surge of COVID-19. Remember, in the guidelines that have been issued, RTPCR test has been made mandatory for international arrivals from countries including China, Japan, Hong Kong and Thailand.
Amidst global alarm over COVID, India is swinging into action mode.
The Indira Gandhi International Airport right behind me is the arrival from where we are reporting, and the reason for this reportage is the spike in COVID cases in countries like China, Japan, Brazil and USA, following which the Union Health Ministry has issued an order that random testing and sampling of people arriving from abroad will be done at the IGI airport.
The Health Minister has made RTPCR mandatory for international passengers.
एयर सुविधा पोर्टल का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करके सभी पैसेंजर को RTPCR कंपलसरी करेंगे, उसका ट्रेसिंग करना चालू कर देंगे और इंडिया में आने के बाद किसी को बुखार मालूम पड़े या तो टेस्ट पॉजिटिव पाया जाए तो तुरंत ही हम उसको क्वारंटाइन करने के लिए भी आदेश जारी करने जा रहे हैं ताकि देश को कोविड महामारी के सामने हम बचा सके.
Even the former health minister bats for the COVID precautions to be brought back.
There is no cause for any significant worry or any panic or anything. You see, we are simply taking extra precautions. We are rather over-conscious and over-cautious about the whole issue. And in the light of the emerging high number of cases in neighboring countries and in particular China, which is a neighbor, we are taking extra precautions and we are advising our people.
In fact, Chennai and Hyderabad airport have already started with random COVID screening. With festive mood and long holidays ahead, the eighth wonder of the world, Taj Mahal, will not be permitting tourists without testing. Lauding the government, top doctors say there is no need to panic.
RNA वायरस होने के कारण यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है, केसेस हो सकते हैं कहीं भी, क्योंकि री इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, ब्रेक थ्रू इन्फेक्शन भी हो सकता है, बट उससे सीवियरिटी बढ़ेगी और डेथ बढ़ेगा, बहुत ही अनलाइकली है. तो हमें पैनिक होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. हाँ, इसको मॉनिटर करते रहने की ज़रूरत है. सरकार अपने आप कर रही है. सरकार ने प्रोएक्टिव रोल लिया है, उसने सारे एडवाइजरी जारी कर दिए, सारे स्टेट को भेज दिया एडवाइजरी.
But public awareness and action is still lagging as many roam busy areas without masks.
We are in the Satwari area of Jammu, one of the busiest area where people will be seen roaming without the mask. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that there are many people who have not been using mask for a long, even after the regular request from the government that they should adhere to the mask protocol to avoid the further spread of the COVID. The locals can be seen here without the mask, without the COVID appropriate behavior, which clearly shows that
taking a cue from the centre, which held a review meeting on Wednesday, states and union territories have also issued fresh guidelines. Uttarakhand Chief Minister has made the booster shot mandatory. Uttar Pradesh has put hospitals on high alert and even issued an advisory. COVID-19 testing has been ramped up in Chandigarh. Madhya Pradesh Home Minister directed laboratories to boost genome sequencing. High-level meetings were chaired in Maharashtra. Punjab too is swinging into action mode. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal also chaired a key COVID meet.
चाइना में जो वेरिएंट है वो है BF.7. सबसे पहले तो मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली में BF.7 का एक भी केस नहीं मिला है. सो अभी फ़िलहाल घबराने की ज़रूरत नहीं है.
And in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee government is closely monitoring the situation. However, Mamata Banerjee asserted that Christmas celebration won't be stopped. The Prime Minister has also cautioned against the complacency, batting for mask mandate, asking India to adopt COVID norms. The writing on the wall is clear. It's time to mask up. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the Mathura District Court on Saturday has ordered an official survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque complex. The report will be submitted by January 20th. Remember, the plea was filed over 13.37 acres of land in Mathura.
The Mathura District Court on Saturday ordered an official survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque complex. The court directed civil court officers to conduct a detailed survey of the disputed site, ordering a report to be submitted on the date of the next hearing on the 20th of January 2023. The survey is similar to an earlier survey ordered by a Varanasi court on the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. The survey order was passed while deciding upon a plea moved by Vishnu Gupta, National President of the Hindu Sena. Historians believe that Aurangzeb had built the Eidgah Mosque on the plinth of the Keshav Dev temple after destroying it in 1670. The modern temple was completed in 1982 and stands adjacent to the mosque. The Hindu side contends that the present Eidgah Mosque is built on the very site of the birth of Lord Krishna. A total of 9 petitions were pending in the Mathura district courts in the matter. The lawyer representing the Shahi Eidgah Mosque dismissed all reports of the survey.
भ्रम की स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए कि सर्वे का कोई आदेश नहीं है। जहां पिछले लगभग 2.5 साल से 2020 में मिड 2020 से 15 मुकदमे चल रहे हैं और जहां विभिन्न तरह के वादी पक्ष हैं, लगातार इन पे बहस हो चुकी है। किसी भी न्यायालय द्वारा कोई सर्वे का कोई अमीन कमीशन रिपोर्ट जारी का आदेश नहीं किया गया।
Meanwhile, the lawyer representing the petitioners had this to say.
भगवान बालकृष्ण जो जन्मभूमि में है विराजमान, उनके नाम पर ये संपत्ति है श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि, और ये 5000 वर्ष पुराना व्यक्तित्व है जो ठाकुर जी यहाँ पे विराजमान हुए थे। उसमें जो अवैध रूप से निर्माण हुआ ईदगाह का, और उसके उपरांत उसमें समझौता कर लिया गया ऊपर वाला ही वाला, जो ट्रस्ट की जानकारी में कभी नहीं रहा, एक सोसाइटी है उसके अलावा उसमें। ये सब चीज़ें संज्ञान में आई तो हम लोगों ने ठाकुर जी की संपत्ति को अवैध रूप से जो निर्माण हो रहा है और जो असुरक्षित है, सुरक्षित करने के लिए दावा प्रस्तुत किया गया है।
The court order was met with divergent opinions. AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi took to Twitter to express his displeasure. The UP government took a very neutral stance on the issue.
जन्मभूमि विवाद का मामला जो है वो फिर से
माननीय न्यायालय जो भी निर्णय देगा उसका हम लोग अनुपालन करेंगे।
The Krishna temple, like the ancient Kashi temple, is said to have been destroyed through history many times. The question is, why politicize a court-ordered survey?
All right, visuals coming in from Afghanistan where women continue to stage protests. This, of course, after Taliban's latest diktat in which it has barred women from working for non-governmental organizations, which has also been condemned by the United Nations. So after women were barred from pursuing higher education in Afghanistan, remember the Taliban has now restricted women from working at non-governmental organizations. Those visuals there of the women out there on the streets protesting in Herat. So as you can see, those women there out on the streets, and these protests taking place restricted not just Herat but in several cities of Afghanistan, including Kabul as well. This of course comes after that diktat that has been passed by the Taliban, which says that women will no longer be allowed to work at non-governmental organizations. In fact, women have also been barred from pursuing a higher education in Afghanistan. So that's we'll be closely tracking all those updates from Afghanistan. For now, moving on to more news. In fact, in news that came in from Maharashtra, where ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochhar and her husband Deepak Kochhar were remanded to 3 days CBI custody by the special CBI court in Mumbai on Saturday.
Ex-ICICI Bank MD and CEO Chanda Kochhar and her husband Deepak Kochhar were remanded to 3-day CBI custody by special CBI court in Mumbai on Saturday. The remand was granted after the CBI said that they needed 3 days' time to question the Kochhars. They bore a look of resentment while being taken to the special CBI court. The Kochhars were arrested on the 23rd of December by the CBI. The CBI accused them of non-cooperation during questioning. The arrest comes on the back of the alleged rupees 3,250 crores Videocon ICICI Bank scam, which first came to light in 2019. The allegation is of then ICICI top boss Chanda clearing loans worth over rupees 3,000 crore to Videocon, which made their way into her husband's ventures, which became non-performing assets and caused a reported loss of rupees 1,730 crores to ICICI Bank. Chanda Kochhar's fall from grace is a long journey she took since 1984 after joining ICICI. The shock of Chanda Kochhar's arrest and the allegations are not unfounded, as she was once hailed as one of the most powerful women in the world, winning even top civilian awards in India. The Videocon ICICI case is considered one of the biggest scams in Indian banking circles. Now the country waits for a definite conclusion to these allegations of grave economic offences. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break for now, but do not go anywhere. Lots coming up on the other side of this very short break. Centre writes to states over adequate supply of oxygen cylinders in hospitals amid the COVID alarm sounded by the centre. And BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Tata Capital, Palak Jhapkao, Loan Pao. Century ProWood MDF, the wood of the future. Driven by Hyundai Service, AC Care nowhere.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time. And say, I'm not done.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो। एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा करके रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? भैया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूँ। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए एमवाई के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
In the battle between content and landing, the nation decides. Republic is the winner. Slice and dice, landing channels run for cover. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
And news that came in from MP's Damoh, where a policeman was stoned to death late last night in Madhya Pradesh, Damoh district. In fact, the personnel from the state armed force was stoned to death in Kasai Mandi locality of Madhya Pradesh, Damoh district on Friday night. The jawan was posted at Kasai Mandi outpost under the Kotwali police station in the district. He was on duty when he allegedly heard few people making noise and went to reason. In fact, he tried to mediate in the fight that was happening. The visuals there on your screens, that's the CCTV that we've accessed, in which you can see how the mob is pelting stones at the personnel. In fact, we now given to understand that he was stoned to death. In fact, 3 accused have been arrested in this case, and the probe has also been launched by the police. Satya Vijay joining us for more details on that. Satya Vijay, what do we know so far? The CCTV clearly shows how the mob pelted stones at the jawan.
दमोह में हुआ है, जहाँ पर कि पत्थर से मार कर एसएफ के जवान की हत्या कर दी जाती है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि हत्या की ये पूरी वारदात वहां लगे सीसीटीवी कैमरों में कैद हो जाती है, जिसके बाद पुलिस हरकत में आती है। और इस मामले में पुलिस ने 3 आरोपी गिरफ्तार तो कर लिए, लेकिन बड़ा सवाल यही है कि अगर मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर दमोह जैसे जिले में अगर एसएफ के जवान को इस तरह से मौत की घाट उतार दिया जाएगा, पत्थर से मार कर उसकी हत्या कर दी जाएगी, तो आम आदमी के लिए कानून व्यवस्था किस तरह से मुस्तैद है, किस तरह से आम आदमी सुरक्षित है, ये एक बड़ा सवाल खड़ा होता है। खैर, जो घटनाक्रम है वो बताया जा रहा है कि दमोह में जो कसाई चौकी है, कसाई मंडी है, उसके पास ये जवान तैनात थे। और जब 2 गुट आपस में विवाद कर रहे थे, उसी दौरान एसएफ के 3 जवान बाहर निकलते हैं, उन्हें झगड़ा करने से मना करते हैं। और जब वो झगड़ा करने से मना करते तो जो 2 गुट आपस में झगड़ रहे थे, वो दोनों ही गुट के लोग इस एसएफ जवान पर हमला कर देते हैं, पत्थर मारने लगते हैं, जिससे कि उसकी मौत होती है। हालांकि घटनाक्रम के बाद लोगों में काफी आक्रोश है और पुलिस भी तुरंत मौके पर पहुंची और एक ही दिन में जो है 3 आरोपी गिरफ्तार भी कर लिए गए हैं। लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने कहा पहले भी कि बड़ा सवाल खड़ा होता है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर कि अगर एसएफ के जवान इस तरह से सरेआम मौत के घाट उतार दिए जाएंगे, उनकी हत्या कर दी जाएगी, तो फिर आम आदमी कितना सुरक्षित अपने आप को मध्य प्रदेश में महसूस करेगा।
ऑल्सो सत्य विजय, जब ऐसा हो रहा था तो किसी और को पता कैसे नहीं लगा? जैसे आप बता रहे पुलिस स्टेशन बहुत पास में था, तो कोई हेल्प के लिए क्यों नहीं आया उस जवान के लिए उस समय?
देखिए, जो घटना है वो चौकी के पास ही है। और जब ये पथराव हो रहा था, 3 जवान निकले बीच बचाव करने, जिसमें से जो 2 गुट है वो शराब के नशे में थे। वो इतने ज्यादा पत्थर फेंक रहे थे कि जो साथी जवान है मृतक के, वो उसको वहां से घटनास्थल से जब वो घायल हो गया तो वहां से उठा कर तक नहीं ले जा पाए। हालांकि घटना के बाद पुलिस को सूचना मिली, एसएफ जवान अपने स्तर पर कोशिश कर रहे थे कि किसी तरह से जो घायल जवान है उसे अस्पताल तक पहुंचाया जा सके। तो पुलिस समय पर तो नहीं पहुंची, लेकिन वही बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर पुलिस का डर क्यों नहीं है। इस तरह से बदमाश जो है सरेआम घटना को अंजाम देते हैं, पथराव करते हैं, चौकी पास में होती है, इसके बाद भी उन्हें किसी चीज का खौफ नहीं है और वो एक सनसनीखेज वारदात को अंजाम देते हैं।
जी Satya Vijay, thank you for those details. So Satya Vijay getting us those details of this shocking incident that has come to light from MP's Damoha, where a jawan from the state armed forces was stoned to death by a mob. We have a reaction from the police official. Let's listen in.
ये कल रात को एक दुखद घटना हुई है जिसमें दमोह की जो कसाई मंडी में पुलिस चौकी स्थित है, वहाँ पे जो एसएफ का एक आरक्षक लगा हुआ था, उसका वहाँ पे कुछ लोग विवाद कर रहे थे, जिनसे उसका थोड़ा सा विवाद हुआ, जिसमें उन्होंने पत्थर उठा के उसको मार दिया, तो जिसमें उसकी मृत्यु हो गई है। जिसमें 3 आरोपी थे, जिसमें एक नाबालिग है और 2 आरोपी हैं। तीनों आरोपियों को पकड़ लिया गया है।
कौन कौन है आरोपी?
जो एक तो नाबालिग लड़का है और एक है हर्ष रैकवार और दूसरा शरीफ खान।
कुछ कारण सामने आया सीसीटीवी फुटेज?
कारण पत्थरबाजी सामने आ रही है और बाकी थोड़ा सा यही सामने आ रहा है कि ये लोग वहाँ पे हल्ला कर रहे थे, तो जो उसे टोकने गया था उसके तहत इनका विवाद हो गया, जिसके तहत उन्होंने उसको पत्थर उठा के मार दिया।
सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी सामने आया?
हाँ, सीसीटीवी फुटेज आया है जिसमें ये लड़के दिख रहे हैं पत्थर मारते हुए।
Slipping into a very short break for now, but do not go anywhere. The Morning Express to continue after this very short break. Sender writes to states directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management.
Tonight, a murder will be committed. If anyone can name the killer, that person wins our game.
This is truly delightful.
Holy
There has been a murder. For one person, this is not a game. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again.
You must be really great at clues.
I'm very bad at dumb things.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है। मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं। ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े। वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
विकास का प्रयास। उन्होंने ही हाईवे के माध्यम से देश के महानगरों को जोड़ने का विचार रखा था। होने से लेकर न होने तक का विस्तार था उनके।
वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का आगमन भी यहाँ पर हो चुका है। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। तमाम कार्यक्रम आज आयोजित किए गए हैं।
उनका अभिवादन करते हुए रक्षा मंत्री, गृह मंत्री, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, दिल्ली की सुबह काफी सर्द है, लेकिन इस सर्द सुबह में भी अपने नायक, भारत रत्न से सम्मानित पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री कवि मना अटल जी को पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करने के लिए उनके प्रशंसक, उन्हें गुरु मानने वाले लोग और उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर अपने अपने जीवन में आगे बढ़कर मंजिलों को चूमने वाले अलग अलग क्षेत्र के लोग भी इस समय सदैव अटल पर मौजूद हैं। ये समाधि एक कवि, मानवतावादी राजनेता और एक महान नेता के रूप में उनके व्यक्तित्व को दर्शाती है। अटल जी एक प्रतिष्ठित राष्ट्रीय नेता, प्रखर राजनीतिज्ञ, निस्वार्थ सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता, सशक्त वक्ता, कवि, साहित्यकार, पत्रकार और बहुआयामी व्यक्तित्व के धनी थे। उनके व्यक्तित्व को शब्दों में नहीं बांधा जा सकता। प्रधानमंत्री ने कई अवसरों पर कहा है कि अटल जी उनके राजनीतिक गुरु रहे और पिता तुल्य भी रहे। वो हमेशा से उनके बताए रास्तों पर चलकर भारत को न्यू इंडिया बनाने की दिशा में आगे ले जा रहे हैं। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने अपने प्रधानमंत्री कार्यकाल के दौरान देश के गांवों की अहमियत को समझते हुए उनको शहरों और महानगरों से जोड़ने के लिए स्वर्णिम चतुर्भुज योजना चलाई थी। सभी को शिक्षा मिले, इसलिए उन्होंने सर्व शिक्षा अभियान की भी पहल की थी। मौजूदा सरकार अटल जी के कई कार्यक्रमों को एक नए स्वरूप में, एक नए आयाम में जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए कृत संकल्पित है। अपनी असाधारण योग्यता और प्रतिभा के कारण अटल जी आज भी करोड़ों लोगों के हृदय पर राज करते हैं। वो उदारवादी थे और जीवन में उच्च मूल्यों को कभी नहीं छोड़ा। उन्होंने एक सर्वसम्मत नेता के रूप में उन्होंने दुनिया में अपनी विशेष पहचान कायम की। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारामन भी सदैव अटल पर मौजूद हैं। उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ का आगमन होता हुआ सदैव अटल पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री, रक्षा मंत्री उनका अभिवादन करते हुए समाज के अलग अलग विधाओं के लोग भी यहां मौजूद हैं। अटल जी की दत्तक पुत्री नमिता, वो अपने भाषणों से करोड़ों लोगों को मंत्रमुग्ध कर देते थे। उनकी विचारधारा प्रखर राष्ट्रवादी थी, जिसने राष्ट्र को समर्पित करोड़ों लोगों को प्रेरणा दी। वो अपने भाषण में हमेशा कहा करते थे कि भारत लोकतंत्र को नई राह दिखाने में हमेशा हमेशा अग्रणी बना रहेगा। वो एक ऐसे राजनेता थे जिनका सभी राजनीतिक दल सम्मान करते थे। वो कहते थे कि पावस के काले काले मेघ भारत के कुंतल केश हैं, चांद और सूरज इसकी आरती उतारते हैं। ये वंदन की भूमि है, अभिनंदन की भूमि है, ये तर्पण की भूमि है, ये अर्पण की भूमि है। इसका कंकर कंकर शंकर है, इसका बिंदु बिंदु गंगा जल है। हम जिएंगे तो इसके लिए, मरेंगे तो इसके लिए। वो कहते थे, मेरे प्रभु मुझे इतनी ऊंचाई कभी मत देना, गैरों को गले न लगा सकूं, इतनी रुखाई कभी मत देना। वो हमेशा जमीन से जुड़े रहे, वो देशवासियों के लिए सर्वसुलभ रहे, कवियों के बीच लोकप्रिय। हमें चाहिए शांति, जिंदगी हमको प्यारी, हमें चाहिए शांति, सृजन की है तैयारी। हमने छेड़ी जंग भूख से, बीमारी से, आगे आकर हाथ बटाए दुनिया सारी। हरी भरी धरती को खूनी रंग न लेने देंगे, जंग न होने देंगे। एक कवि हमेशा शांति की बात करता है। देश के प्रधान सेवक के तौर पर भी उन्होंने यही कोशिश की कि अपने पड़ोसी देशों से मिलाकर रखें, उनके साथ समन्वय और मित्रता बनाए रखा जाए, और इसके लिए उन्होंने तमाम कोशिशें की। यहां संत समाज भी आज बड़ी तादाद में उपस्थित होकर अटल जी को पुष्पांजलि अर्पित करने के लिए मौजूद है। अटल जी समाज के हर वर्ग में लोकप्रिय रहे, सभी के चहेते रहे, और सबके दिलों में अटल जी के लिए एक विशेष स्थान है। कोई भी चुनौती उनको डिगा न सकी। नई दिल्ली की सर्द सुबह में सूरज धीरे धीरे अपनी रश्मियां बिखेरता हुआ, भले ही इसमें अभी तेज न हो, लेकिन अटल जी को कोई भी चुनौती कभी भी रोक नहीं सकी। मन के उद्गार व्यक्त करना हो तो वो अपनी कविताओं का सहारा लेते। केंद्रीय मंच में जो ये समाधि बनाई गई है, उसमें काली पॉलिश वाले ग्रेनाइट के 9 ब्लॉक लगे हैं। बड़ी तादाद में अटल जी को चाहने वाले, उनकी कविताओं से प्रेरणा लेने वाले, उनके जीवन दर्शन से सीखने वाले हर उम्र के लोग उनके समाधि स्थल सदैव अटल पर मौजूद हैं। दुनिया से जाने के बाद उनकी लोकप्रियता का आलम आप खुद लगा सकते हैं। वो भले ही शारीरिक तौर पर हमारे बीच मौजूद न हो, लेकिन अपनी कविताओं के माध्यम से वो हमेशा जीवित रहेंगे। इस बीच देश की प्रथम नागरिक, भारत की राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू का आगमन होता हुआ सदैव अटल पर। प्रधानमंत्री, रक्षा मंत्री, गृह मंत्री उनका अभिनंदन करते हुए उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ भी मौजूद हैं। पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद भी इस अवसर पर मौजूद हैं। द्रौपदी मुर्मू का आगमन होता हुआ यहां पर वो हमेशा कहा करते थे कि बाधाएं आती हैं आएं, घिरे प्रलय की घोर घटाएं, पांवों के नीचे अंगारे, सिर पर बरसे यदि ज्वालाएं, निज हाथों में हंसते हंसते आग लगाकर जलना होगा, कदम मिलाकर चलना होगा। और आज देश कदम से कदम मिलाकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। वो मानते थे कि भारतीय लोकतंत्र ऊपर से जितना जीवंत दिखाई देता है, भीतर से भी वो उतना ही सबल और शक्तिशाली है। माननीय राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू अब पुष्पांजलि अर्पित कर रही हैं अटल जी की समाधि सदैव अटल पर। अटल जी ने अपने नाम की तरह कई क्षेत्रों में अटल रेखाएं खींची, जो उनके व्यक्तित्व के विभिन्न आयामों को कड़ी के रूप में जोड़ती थीं। वो कहते थे कि जो आज है वो कल नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन मां भारती सदैव गर्व से महकनी चाहिए। वे प्रखर राजनेता के साथ कुशल प्रशासक और कवि हृदय थे। उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़। सरलता, वाक्पटुता, सहजता और प्रसन्नचित्त स्वभाव उनके विराट व्यक्तित्व की आभा थी। अपनी बात को सार और प्रभावी ढंग से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, अपनी बात को सार और प्रभावी ढंग से दूसरों तक पहुंचाना उनके मंत्र मुग्ध व्यक्तित्व को 4 चांद लगाती थी। पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा, अपने एक लेख में अटल जी कहते थे, इस बीच लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ओम प्रकाश बिड़ला, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह अपने एक लेख में वो कहते थे कि भारतीयकरण की परिधि में जीवन का केवल एक अंग नहीं, समग्र जीवन आता है। राजनीति, अर्थ, शिक्षा, समाज, रचना सभी क्षेत्रों में भारतीय जीवन मूल्यों के आधार पर नव निर्माण करना भारतीयकरण का अर्थ है। उनकी दत्तक पुत्री नमिता, बहुत ही भावुक क्षण उनके लिए, देश के लिए। वो एक ऐसे राजनेता रहे जिनका सभी राजनीतिक दल सम्मान करते थे। वाजपेयी जी अपने छात्र जीवन के दौरान पहली बार राजनीति में तब आए जब उन्होंने वर्ष 1942 में भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन में भाग लिया। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के कार्यकर्ता से लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष तक अटल जी ने राजनीति को एक नई परिभाषा दी।
के सामने तैरने लगते हैं। आपने श्रद्धेय अटल जी के समक्ष भी भजन प्रस्तुत किए थे। आज आप भक्तिमय स्वरांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं परम श्रद्धेय अटल जी को।
ये कबीरदास जी का भजन श्री अटल जी को बहुत प्रिय था और जब भी कार्यक्रम में होते थे तो इसकी फरमाइश जरूर करते थे। आपको सुनाता हूं। रेमा बनी जारे नीदा पाधा मारे रे रे गानी कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए जग हंसे हम रोए। स्वाभाविक है कोई बालक जन्म लेता है तो सबसे पहले रोता है, नहीं रोता है तो उसको रुलाया जाता है और उसके रोने की आवाज सुनते ही सब खुशी मनाने लगते हैं। भक्त कबीर ने बड़ी गहराई से सोचा इस बात को और एक महान संदेश दे दिया। कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए जग हंसे हम रोए, ऐसी करनी कर चलो हम हंसे जग रोए।
शरीर को एक चादर।
These are live visuals from Smriti Sthal, the Samadhi of former Prime Minister and BJP stalwart Atal Bihari Vajpayee, whose birth anniversary it is today. As you can see, from the Prime Minister to other senior union ministers, everyone gathered there to pay their respects to Atalji on his birth anniversary. Since 2014, his birth anniversary has been celebrated annually as Good Governance Day. Born in 1924 in Madhya Pradesh's Gwalior, Vajpayee was also known as a man of the masses, whose poetry and brilliant career in politics. He joined politics after he joined the Quit India movement in 1942 and never looked back. And as a student of political science in college, Vajpayee had a keen interest in foreign affairs as well. As you can see, these are visuals from Smriti Sthal in the national capital.
जब मोरी चादर बन घर आई।
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में मोबाइल्स और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पे मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
इस जीवन में
And these are visuals as hundreds gather to pay their respects to man of the masses Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister and BJP stalwart, on his birth anniversary. Atalji was born on this day in the year 1924 in Madhya Pradesh's Gwalior. This is Smriti Sthal, his samadhi, and as we've been showing you in those visuals, the Prime Minister, senior cabinet ministers, union ministers and party seniors, as well as delegates from across the political spectrum and from all walks of life, gathered there to pay their respects on this day on which Atalji was born. President Draupadi Murmu also there. And some of the dignitaries present whom I'd like to name are Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who's present there and whose visuals we showed you walking into the venue, and also President Draupadi Murmu. As you can see, singing bhajans there is legendary bhajan singer Anup Jalota, whose soulful bhajans are ringing out there today, and hundreds have gathered there as President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP Chief JP Nadda and many other dignitaries gather at Smriti Sthal this December morning. It's a day that is marked as Good Governance Day since 2014. So hundreds gathering there to pay their respects to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his birth anniversary. Atalji was born on this day in the year 1924 in Madhya Pradesh's Gwalior. The day is marked as Good Governance Day since 2014. President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP Chief JP Nadda, among the many dignitaries who are present on the occasion. And it's a day on which we recall Atalji's contributions. As you can see, we are getting you those visuals on your screen of Home Minister Amit Shah paying his respects, of President Draupadi Murmu also placing that garland there as India salutes one of her greatest and most popular statesmen of recent times, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Atalji's entry into mainstream politics began after he joined the Quit India movement in 1942. That's what records suggest. And it's time now for a short break, but we are tracking as a nation pays a salute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his birth anniversary today. Hundreds gather at Smriti Sthal in the national capital to pay their respects to Atal Ji on his birth anniversary. It's his 98th birth anniversary.
Powered by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Tata Capital, Palak Jhapkao, Loan Pao. Century ProWood MDF, the wood of the future. Driven by Hyundai Service, SE Care nowhere.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो।
एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा करके रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? भैया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
आपके किचन और बाथरूम्स को चाहिए MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 टाइल जॉइंट का ऑलराउंडर। MYK लेटिक्रीट SP100 जोड़ हो तो ऐसा।
Guys, just 1 second. Choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
शाहरुख ने बताया।
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं। There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
And straight up cutting across to visuals coming in of from the national capital, where the Prime Minister is paying tributes to Atal Bihari Vajpayee. A lot of leaders there in the national capital paying tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary.
रास्ते पर चलकर आप आगे बढ़ते हैं, उनके प्रति कृतज्ञता जरूरी है। देश की प्रथम नागरिक राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू अब सभा स्थल से जाती हुई। आज वो हमारे बीच नहीं हैं, लेकिन उनके दिखाए मार्ग, विचार और सोचने का ढंग हमें निरंतर उदार और सहज बनाने की प्रेरणा देता रहेगा। कविताओं के माध्यम से तो उन्होंने अपने अंतर्मन की वेदना, संवेदना को बेपर्दा किया है। उदार मन से किसी को स्वीकारना उनकी सहजता का जीवंत उदाहरण है, जो विरोधी भी उनकी तरफ खींचते हुए प्रशंसक बनाए बिना नहीं रहते। वे भारतीय राजनीति के अजात शत्रु की तरह याद किए जाएंगे। सधी भाषा, रोचक शैली, यथार्थपूर्ण तर्क शक्ति, जमीनी समझ, हाजिर जवाबी, सूझबूझ की दूरदृष्टि, कूटनीतिज्ञ कौशल, कुशल प्रशासक जैसे गुण उनको महामानव बनाते हैं। उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़ अब सभा स्थल से विदा होते हुए बेबाक चिंतन की राह, निर्भीक अभिव्यक्ति से सज्जित बेलाग शैली और जीने का अंदाज, मानव मूल्यों की लंबी परंपरा के निर्वहन से परिपूरित रोशनी हमारे दिलो दिमाग को सदा गुलजार करती रहेगी। समाज के अलग अलग वर्गों के लोग उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं, पुष्पांजलि अर्पित कर रहे हैं। इस बीच माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अब सभा स्थल से विदा होते हुए अभिवादन स्वीकारते हुए और अटल जी को याद करते हुए आगे जा रहे हैं।
और सदैव
So visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Draupadi Murmu, the President, Amit Shah there, as well as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, paying tributes to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary. Prime Minister Modi also took to Twitter paying tributes to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, saying that his contribution to India is indelible. His leadership and vision motivates millions of people. The Prime Minister there paying homage to freedom fighter, also paying homage to freedom fighter and educationist Madan Mohan Malviya on his birth anniversary. And of course, their tributes being poured to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary. And we begin straight up with the top headlines this Sunday morning. Centre writes to states directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management.
तो देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Court grants CBI 3-day remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband. TV actor found dead at shooting set, police probing both suicide and murder angle. After banning women from university, Taliban bans women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown also surface. And straight up starting with news updates coming in on the Rajasthan paper leak case, where the police is saying, where the Rajasthan police has said that the police is mulling booking, cheating and paper leak gangs under the National Security Act. In fact, the Director General of Police said that the records of those who facilitate cheating would be scrutinized and strict legal action would be taken against them. In a statement, the police official also said that an amendment allowing police to seize the property of criminals involved in cheating gangs has been suggested in the Prevention of Anti-Social Activities Act. So the news break coming in of the police considering booking, cheating and paper leak gangs under the National Security Act. We have Amardeep reporting on the story. Amardeep, if you could take us to the updates coming in, what action has been taken by the police officials in Rajasthan so far in the case?
देखिए, राजस्थान के डीजीपी उमेश मिश्रा ने कहा है कि एमएसए लगाया जाएगा, लेकिन अभी कानून में उसके लिए संशोधन करना जरूरी होगा, क्योंकि राजस्थान के कानून में अभी कुछ त्रुटियां हैं, उनको सुधारना पड़ेगा और इनको सख्त सजा देने की बात डीजीपी ने कही है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ सरकार जो है वो भी पेपर लीक प्रकरण से परेशान आ चुकी है, क्योंकि बार बार वो विपक्ष के निशाने पर रहती है। जिस तरीके से लगातार फेरिस्ट जो है पेपर लीक की वो बहुत लंबी है, इससे पहले भी कई बार पेपर लीक हुए हैं और लगातार रीट के एग्जाम जो है वो भी उनके भी एग्जामिनेशन जो है कहीं ना कहीं रद्द कर दिए गए थे। ये वाला एग्जाम जो था सेकंड ग्रेड का, ये भी एग्जाम जो है एक परीक्षा रद्द कर दी गई है, तो लोगों को परेशानी होती है। 40 लोग जो थे उनको डिबार कर दिया गया है, जो चीटिंग कर रहे थे उनको डिबार, यानी कि अब वो कभी भी परीक्षा में भाग नहीं ले पाएंगे, एग्जामिनेशन नहीं दे पाएंगे। सरकार ने वो भी निर्णय लिया है। इसके अलावा सरकार हर वो कदम उठाने की सोच रही है जो बेहद ज्यादा जरूरी है, क्योंकि बार बार विपक्ष के निशाने के साथ साथ सबसे बड़ी जो दिक्कत सरकार के सामने है, चैलेंज सरकार के सामने है, वो ये है कि इन नकल माफियाओं को किस तरीके से रोका जाए, इनको किस तरीके से काबू किया जाए। इसी को लेकर के अब पुलिस और सरकार दोनों प्लान बना रही है, जिससे कि सख्त सजा और सख्त एक एक्शन जो है वो दिखाया जा सके।
Amardeep, more breaking updates coming in that 46 candidates have been dismissed from appearing for second grade teacher examination and any exam that is related to Rajasthan Public Service Commission. So that's the news update coming in this hour of 46 candidates having been dismissed from appearing for second grade teacher grade examination. If you could give us more details.
46 जो एग्जामिनेशन कर रहे थे, जो चीटिंग कर रहे थे बस में बैठ करके उदयपुर से वो बस जो थी सुरेल की तरफ जा रही थी, वही एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर से पहले उनको चीटिंग कराई जा रही थी। उन 46 मेंबर्स को दीवार कर दिया है, यानी कि वो कभी भी अपने लाइफ में दूसरे एग्जामिनेशन में और सरकारी एग्जामिनेशन में नहीं बैठ पाएंगे। ये एक्शन सरकार ने लिया है। इसके साथ साथ सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि जो इसमें लोग इन्वॉल्व थे उन तमाम लोगों पर एक्शन किस तरीके से और कितना सख्त एक्शन लिया जाए, इस पर सरकार सोच विचार कर रही है। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि 46 कैंडिडेट जो पकड़े गए थे चीटिंग में, उनको डिबार कर दिया गया है। वो कभी जीवन में गवर्नमेंट एग्जामिनेशन में कभी बैठ नहीं पाएंगे। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये है कि जिस तरीके की कार्रवाई हुई, इनका लगातार कंटिन्यू पीछा पुलिसकर्मी सिविल ड्रेसेस में कर रहे थे। जिस तरीके से उदयपुर एसपी विकास शर्मा ने बताया कि हम लोग कंटिन्यू फॉलो कर रहे थे इनको कि ये कहाँ जाएंगे और कहाँ रुकेंगे। एक ढाबे पर बस रुकती है, वहीं ये बस में चीटिंग के लिए जो पेपर सॉल्व करने के लिए डमी कैंडिडेट्स बुलाए गए थे, उन सबके साथ में पहुंचते और बस में ही एग्जामिनेशन जो था उसको सॉल्व कर रहे थे।
Amardeep, stay with us. A lot of reactions also coming in. Let's listen into what Gulab Chand Kataria, LOP Rajasthan Assembly, had to say on this whole matter.
और राजस्थान के बच्चों का भी दुर्भाग्य है और हम सब जनता का भी दुर्भाग्य। हम बार बार इस बार को सरकार को आग्रह कर रहे हैं कि पेपर आउट लगातार एक नहीं, ये 9वां पेपर आउट हो गया। उस बच्चे की पीड़ा को समझने का प्रयास करो, उसके माँ बाप की पीड़ा को समझो कि कितनी गरीबी में कष्ट देख करके बच्चे को पढ़ा करके उस परीक्षा के लिए भेजते हैं और वहाँ पता लगता है कि आउट हो गया पेपर। तो सिस्टम को बदलना पड़ेगा। किस तरीके से हम पेपर कराएं कि हमारा काम भी हो जाए और पेपर आउट होने की स्थिति भी नहीं है। अब यूपीएससी का पेपर तो आउट नहीं होता है, फिर हमारे यहाँ क्यों होता है? इसका मतलब ये गिरोह जो है ना, वो कहीं न कहीं राजनीतिक संरक्षण पाया हुआ है, इससे हिम्मत करता है, बाकी हिम्मत नहीं कर सकता। और हमारे लिए हम पकड़ते हैं किसको? छोटे मोटे। एक बस में पूरे के पूरे पेपर लेकर के आ गए, इसका मतलब पेपर तो कहीं और किसी ने दिया होगा ना। उन बच्चों ने तो अपना छोटा मोटा पैसा कमाने के लिए उदयपुर को उन्होंने आधार बनाया और सारे लैपटॉप सब मशीनें सब उसी गाड़ी में मिली और 50 बच्चे उसमें पकड़े गए। इसका मतलब क्या है? मैं सोचता हूँ उन बच्चों के साथ साथ उसको पकड़ो जहाँ से ये शुरुआत हुई है और जो इसकी शुरुआत करता है वो सबसे बड़ा मूल्य है।
लीक हो रहा है, ये पेपर आरपीएससी की गोपनीय शाखा से लीक हुआ है, उसका ज्ञापन देने के लिए ज्ञापन दे दिया है और मैंने उनसे कहा है कि इसी गहराई से गंभीरता से जांच कराओ और वो इस पे बात पर फक्र नहीं करे। आप हमारे यहाँ से पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ, यहाँ 2018 में भी आरएस का पेपर लीक हुआ था, 2021 के प्रमाण मैंने दिए थे पत्रकार वार्ता करके, लेकिन उसकी जाँच नहीं की गई। ये मैंने उनको इतना ही कहा है कि इसकी जांच कराई जाए, गोपनीय शाखा के आपके व्यक्ति हैं और उनको पुलिस को सुपुर्द किया जाए जिससे आगे कार्रवाई बढ़ सके। राजस्थान के बेरोजगारों का भविष्य इस तरह से नहीं बिगड़ना चाहिए, इसको ज्यादा लंबे समय तक हम बर्दाश्त करने वाले नहीं।
Once again, a paper leaked in Rajasthan. The RPSC second grade teachers recruitment paper, for which 13 lakh aspirants were going to appear. Today, when the aspirants reach the center, they realize that the paper has been leaked. This is the 12th such occasion where paper has been leaked because in Rajasthan, the government and Congress party is actively giving patronage to the paper leak mafia because they have hand-in-glove interest with them. The REIT paper leak, the accused was seen with many top Congress leaders. Time and again, such paper leaks are taking place in Rajasthan. It has become very common. And the youth of Rajasthan, their future is being put into jeopardy. Rahul Gandhi makes big claims and statements for the youth. But the highest unemployment prevails in Rajasthan for over a year. It has been above 20%. Today, when the Rajasthan youth prepares for the exam and goes for the examination, the paper gets leaked and then they say that they are for the youth. Rahul Gandhi should tell us that is this the model in Rajasthan? there is Apradi Bachao, there is Dangai Bachao, there is Balatkari Bachao and paper leak ka mafia bachao, and therefore the paper leak mafia feels emboldened. They have patronage and they keep leaking the papers, and the youth of the Rajasthan are put in jeopardy. They spend their money, they spend their efforts, they spend their time, their parents spend their time to prepare for the exam, and then the exam paper gets leaked. Now Rahul Gandhi should tell us that will he take action on the Rajasthan administration? Will he ask for answers?
So a lot of reactions coming in from the BJP leaders, the opposition demanding answers from the Rajasthan government as to how was the question paper leaked in the first place, and the very fact that it is very demoralizing for the students as well. A reaction coming in from the Chief Minister of Rajasthan saying that stern action would be taken against those involved in the leak case.
पेपर लीक होना बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है। कई राज्यों में आर्मी के अंदर जुडिशरी के अंदर पेपर लीक होने लगते हैं। बहुत ही चिंताजनक स्थिति है। राजस्थान वो पहला राज्य देश के अंदर जिसने लोगों को जेल में डाल रखा है। आज भी जिसने ये हरकत की है सख्त उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी। आपको शायद मालूम है कि हम लोगों ने कानून पास किया अभी बजट के पहले सेशन के अंदर। असेंबली में कानून बना दिया। अब इसका कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी और जो और कड़ा कानून बनाएंगे, पर किसी कीमत पर यहाँ लीक नहीं होने देंगे। पर दुर्भाग्य से कई राज्यों के अंदर जुडिशरी के अंदर, राजस्थान जुडिशरी के अंदर और आर्मी के अंदर भी पेपर लीक हो रहे हैं। ये चिंताजनक स्थिति बनी हुई। कुछ ऐसे गिरोह बन गए जो यही काम करते हैं, बच्चों को गुमराह करते हैं। जो बच्चे इसमें शामिल पाए जाएंगे उनके खिलाफ भी एक्शन होगा, जिससे कि फ्यूचर में कोई बच्चे इस प्रकार इन्वॉल्व नहीं हो, पढ़ाई करके पास हो और नौकरी में जाए।
Also, let's listen in to the word coming in from the SP of Udaipur, who says that several students have been arrested in connection with this case, and also a special team has been formed by the Rajasthan police to probe the details in this case.
सारी एजेंसी इस पूरे एग्जाम प्रोसेस के दौरान ऐसे लोगों को पकड़ने में लगी हुई हैं, तो उसी के क्रम में उदयपुर पुलिस को इतला मिली थी, जिसके बेसिस पे रात में ऑपरेशन किया गया है। इसमें ये इतला थी कि एक बस में लोगों को ले जाया जाता है और उनमें पेपर सॉल्व करवाया जाता है। तो इसको लेके हमारी टीम बनाई गई थी थाना अधिकारियों की, एडिशनल एसपी मंजीत सिंह जी और सीओ अभिषेक जो IPS हैं उनके। तो इस टीम ने पूरी रात भर पीछा किया और हमारे DST का जो स्टाफ था वो साथ में, उन्होंने पीछा करके उस टीम को लोगों को पकड़ा जो बेकरिया के पास नाकाबंदी में पकड़ने आए, और उनको पकड़ के उनसे जो पेपर की रिकवरी और उससे एक पेपर लीक का मामला सामने आया है। अभी हमने टोटल 49 के आसपास लोगों को डिटेन किया है और इसी के बेसिस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है, और अन्य लोगों को भी जो भी आएंगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उनको इसमें लिया जाएगा। ये हमारे एक जॉइंट टीम एफर्ट था और सभी हम लोग एक दूसरे के टच में लगातार बने हुए हैं काफ़ी दिनों से। और भी कार्रवाई इसमें हुई है जिसमें कोई डमी कैंडिडेट्स जहाँ बैठे हैं या ऐसी कोई और लीकेज वाली बात आई है तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई हुई है। इनफैक्ट स्टेट में और जगह भी कार्रवाई हुई है।
And students who've been preparing for the exam for the past 1 year say that it is very demoralizing that the exam has been cancelled after, of course, it came to light that the paper was leaked. Let's listen into those reactions coming in from those students who've been preparing for years for the exam.
इतनी सर्दी में तो हम एक बार तो आए, ठीक है, और इतनी दूर भी है, मतलब कि देख लो गांव ढूंढने में भी हमको कम से कम 1.5 घंटा लगा है। बाद में अचानक जैसे ही अंदर बैठ जाते ऐसे न्यूज मिलती है कि पेपर रद्द हो गया, तो मतलब हमारा कॉन्फिडेंट है ना वो तो आधा हो गया। अब जैसे कि हम साइंस के पेपर में बैठेंगे तो वो कॉन्फिडेंट वही रहेगा कि यार पहला पेपर रद्द हो गया, यार इसका क्या होगा। तो उसमें मतलब हम इतने मजबूती से क्वेश्चन भी नहीं कर सकते कि हमारे पेपर में मतलब कि बढ़िया हो जाए। तो अब उसकी हम पहले विचार होगा यार पहला पेपर कब होगा कब नहीं होगा, उसकी तैयारी कैसे रहेगी। अब मेन बात प्रॉब्लम तो वही रही ना हमारी।
बहुत बुरा लग रहा है क्योंकि इतनी तैयारी करके इतनी मेहनत करके यहाँ तक आए हैं और स्ट्रगल करके एग्जाम फिर इतना दूर से यहाँ पे देने आए हैं और फिर जाके पता चलता है कि एग्जाम ही कैंसिल हो गया। तो इस चीज के लिए हमको बहुत बहुत बुरा लग रहा है, दिख रहा है। जिम्मेदार तो अब क्या बोल सकती हूँ मैं, हम जिस स्थिति को फेस कर रहे हैं ना, वो हम ही जानते हैं कि हम कितनी तैयारी के साथ यहाँ आए और यहाँ पे आके ये सब देखना पड़ता है। आज पेपर फर्स्ट जो हमारा लीक हुआ है वो होना नहीं चाहिए था वैसे, और बुरा भी लग रहा है क्योंकि पढ़ाई की थी और फिर पेपर लीक हो गया है, तो महसूस तो क्या करेंगे, अब पेपर लीक हो गया तो फिर सही नहीं हुआ, हमारे साथ सही नहीं हुआ ना, बच्चों के साथ। क्या हुआ? जिम्मेदार तो अब पता भी नहीं है ना कहाँ से आउट हुआ है, वो चीज हमको पता ही नहीं है, तो फिर जिम्मेदारी का तो गवर्नमेंट ही क्या करे। अब नई डेट देगी, वापस से फिर से एग्जाम होगा, अब वो वापस आउट हुआ, क्या मतलब रहा हमारा।
पेपर आउट हुआ है, कितने बच्चों की मेहनत इसमें थी, लगी हुई थी, और बहुत बुरा ही हुआ है ऑब्वियसली ये चीज। अभी यही फील हो रहा है कि मतलब क्यों होता है पेपर, हर एग्जाम में कोई ना कोई कमी आती है, तो उस कमी को दूर करने का कारण क्यों नहीं, मतलब क्या रीजन हो सकते हैं जिसकी वजह से ये कमी आई है। मतलब पेपर आउट हुआ है तो उन कमियों को हमेशा दूर करना चाहिए ना। आजकल कितना ट्रेंड चला आ रहा है, हर बार पेपर आउट होता है, रीट का पेपर आउट हुआ, तो बार बार ये चीज रिपीट क्यों होती है।
So as you heard the voices of those candidates who've been preparing for this exam for years, how they've been left in a lurch after this exam was cancelled following that paper leak which happened, a reaction coming in from Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat as well on the paper leak case.
मुझे लगता है जिस राजस्थान मॉडल की चर्चा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी देश और प्रदेश में बार बार करते हैं, उनके उस सक्सेसफुल राजस्थान मॉडल पर आज एक बार फिर मोहर लगी है। जिस राजस्थान मॉडल की चर्चा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी देश और प्रदेश में बार बार करते हैं, उनके उस सक्सेसफुल राजस्थान मॉडल पर आज एक बार फिर मोहर लगी है।
Now on more news coming in, the Mathura District Court on Saturday has ordered an official survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque complex. The survey report will be submitted by 20th of January.
Mathura District Court on Saturday ordered an official survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque complex. The court directed civil court officers to conduct a detailed survey of the disputed site, ordering a report to be submitted on the date of the next hearing on the 20th of January 2023. The survey is similar to an earlier survey ordered by a Varanasi court on the Gyanvapi Mosque dispute. The survey order was passed while deciding upon a plea moved by Vishnu Gupta, National President of the Hindu Sena. Historians believe that Aurangzeb had built the Eidgah Mosque on the plinth of the Keshav Dev temple after destroying it in 1670. The modern temple was completed in 1982 and stands adjacent to the mosque. The Hindu side contends that the present Eidgah Mosque is built on the very site of the birth of Lord Krishna. A total of 9 petitions were pending in the Mathura district courts in the matter. The lawyer representing the Shahi Eidgah Mosque dismissed all reports of the survey.
भ्रम की स्थिति नहीं होनी चाहिए कि सर्वे का कोई आदेश नहीं है। जहां पिछले लगभग 2.5 साल से 2020 में मिड 2020 से 15 मुकदमे चल रहे हैं और जहां विभिन्न तरह के वादी पक्ष हैं, लगातार इन पे बहस हो चुकी है। किसी भी न्यायालय द्वारा कोई सर्वे का, कोई अमीन कमीशन रिपोर्ट जारी का आदेश नहीं किया गया।
Meanwhile, the lawyer representing the petitioners had this to say.
भगवान बालकृष्ण जो जन्मभूमि में है विराजमान, उनके नाम पर ये संपत्ति है, श्री कृष्ण जन्मभूमि, और ये 5000 वर्ष पुराना व्यक्तित्व है जो ठाकुर जी यहाँ पे विराजमान हुए थे। उसमें जो अवैध रूप से निर्माण हुआ ईदगाह का, और उसके उपरांत उसमें समझौता कर लिया गया ऊपर वाला ही वाला, जो ट्रस्ट की जानकारी में कभी नहीं रहा, एक सोसाइटी है उसके अलावा उसमें। ये सब चीज़ें संज्ञान में आई तो हम लोगों ने ठाकुर जी की संपत्ति को अवैध रूप से जो निर्माण हो रहा है और जो असुरक्षित है, सुरक्षित करने के लिए दावा प्रस्तुत किया गया है।
The court order was met with divergent opinions. AIMIM MP Asaduddin Owaisi took to Twitter to express his displeasure. The UP government took a very neutral stance on the issue.
करके इस जन्मभूमि विवाद का मामला जो है वो फिर से
माननीय न्यायालय जो भी निर्णय देगा उसका हम लोग अनुपालन करेंगे।
The Krishna temple, like the ancient Kashi temple, is said to have been destroyed through history many times. The question is, why politicize a court-ordered survey?
On more news coming in, a statement coming in from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who says that China and India have maintained communication by diplomatic and military-to-military channels, and that both countries are committed to upholding stability in the border areas. Going on to add that we stand ready to work with China in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. So the first statement coming in from the China's Foreign Minister following the Tawang clashes, a statement where he says that China and India have maintained communication by diplomatic and military-to-military channels. Both countries are committed to upholding stability in border areas. We stand ready to work with India in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. So that statement there being made by China's Foreign Minister, who said that China is ready to engage in talks with India on the borders areas. This, of course, days after the Tawang clashes, which happened in Arunachal Pradesh, in which the Chinese PLA side was forced to retreat following after the Chinese PLA tried to change the status quo in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. So that statement there coming in from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who says that China and India have maintained communication by diplomatic and military-to-military channels. Both countries are committed to upholding stability in the border areas, going on to say that China stands ready to work with India in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. So this days after the border clashes which happened in Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh, where the Chinese PLA tried to change the status quo, and the Indian jawans who forced the Chinese PLA to retreat following that transgression attempt that was made by the Chinese PLA. So China, they're saying that diplomatic communication, they are open to diplomatic and military-to-military channel talks with India. So China, they're saying that it stands ready to work with India in tandem in direction towards a steady and sound growth of China and India relations, and that China and India have maintained communication by diplomatic and military-to-military channels. A very short break coming up. On the other side, Centre writes to states, directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. And BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line.
Powered by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India Limited, smarter steels, brighter futures. HDFC Life, Sarutake Geo.
An unshakable belief, a 360-degree holistic model of development, and a strong team of 300 people is transforming millions of lives in rural Maharashtra.
Build hope, we build aspiration, we allow them, we give them the tools with which to dream.
Catch the second episode of Swadesh Foundation Swa Se Bane Desh at this time only on Republic TV.
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में होम एंड किचन एसेंशियल्स पर मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Why did life test me?
Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
छक्का नहीं, टूटा. आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्री टाइल एडेसिव. फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Centre writes to states, directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. India pays tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary.
तो देश से नफरत करने वाले लोगों के साथ चलकर आप मोहब्बत का कौन सा पैगाम दे रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Court grants CBI 3 days remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband. TV actor found dead at shooting set. Police probing both suicide and murder angles. In Afghanistan, after banning women from universities, Taliban bans women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown also emerge. Hello and welcome to this edition of the news. I'm Rukma, and in the latest in the Tunisha Sharma suicide case, in a latest update, the post-mortem of actress Tunisha Sharma took place at JJ Hospital in Mumbai. 4 to 5 doctors were present at the time of the post-mortem. At 1:30 a.m., it was at around this time that the body of Tunisha Sharma was brought from Naigaon to JJ Hospital, and the post-mortem took place around 4:30 a.m. today. Let's listen in to ACP Chandrakant Yadav as he speaks on this particular case.
अली बाबा सीरियल एक चल रहा है, उसमें वो सीरियल में काम करने वाले तुनिशा शर्मा, इसने आज उनके सेटअप पे जो काम सीरियल का काम चल रहा था वहाँ पे सुसाइड कर लिया है, हैंगिंग मतलब ये हैंगिंग कर लिया है। और उसमें उसकी माँ की यहाँ पे आने के बाद उसने माँ ने कंप्लेन दी है, तो उसके ऊपर पुलिस गुना दाखिल कर रहे हैं और आगे की तहकीकात कर रहे हैं।
माँ ने क्या गुना दाखिल किया, क्या बोला है
वो ये सुसाइड आत्महत्या करने के लिए उसको प्रवृत्त किया करके ये गुना दाखिल हो रहा है।
किसने कौन सुजान?
सुजान वो उसके साथ काम करने वाला लड़का है।
सर क्या अभी क्या
सर ऐसी खबर है कि वो प्रेग्नेंट थी,
ऐसा कुछ अभी तक पता नहीं चला है। आगे पुलिस इंक्वायरी कर रही है।
20-year-old Tunisha Sharma was found dead at the shooting set in Vasai, Mumbai, and just a short while back. For all the latest updates on this particular case, we go across to Sandeep, who's live with us on the story. Sandeep, it's over to you to take us. What do we know about the case so far?
See, Rukma, yesterday in the afternoon, she hanged herself in the washroom of the sets of Ali Baba. In fact, early in the morning, she also posted a video on her Instagram, and wherein she is being seen doing makeup. But late in the afternoon, she went to washroom and hanged herself. And in fact, when there was there was no response. It was a long time when she was inside the washroom. Then people in the sets were worried, and in fact later on the door was in fact broken, and then it was seen that she has in fact hanged herself. And later on the police were informed in this regard, and the Walev police station in fact earlier detained the co-actor Shizan Muhammad Khan, and after a long hour of questioning later in the night at around 12 a.m. An FIR was registered against Shizan under the section of IPC 306, that is abetment to suicide, and in fact a complaint was also filed by the mother of Tunisha Sharma. Remember, she was just 21 years old, Rukman. In fact, after the allegations from the family members that Tunisha was in depression with as she was having relationship with Shizan, and Shizan used to torture her. So after all these allegations, a formal complaint was lodged, and later on an FIR was registered by the Walev police. Apart from that, her body was in fact taken to JJ Hospital late in the night at around 11 p.m. yesterday. Her body was shifted to JJ Hospital for post-mortem, and around 4 a.m. in the morning, 4:30 a.m. in the morning today, the post-mortem was in fact conducted, and in fact now the arrested co-actor Shizan Muhammad Khan will be produced in the courthouse today in Vasai court. He will be produced. It will be definitely to see how does the Walev police present this case, and how many days custody will be sought from the Walev police in regards to this suicide.
Right. Sandeep, well, earlier we had heard that the police were probing both angles, both suicide as well as murder. So when it comes to, further investigations into the case, what are the kind of leads they're following? Are they speaking with her associates? It's still very early days. Also, we'd like to know if there's any likelihood that any more details of her post-mortem will be made public. When is the police likely to speak with the press again?
See, Rukma, at this point of time, the police may not speak to media, but yes, they will definitely produce the post-mortem report in the courthouse, and it will be crucial to see what is the post-mortem report which will be attested in the court while seeking the custody of the said accused, Shizan Muhammad Khan. But yes, the Viscera report will also be, in fact, take time to come, and Viscera will be taken, and in fact the forensic reports will be also been taken, and these are some investigation which takes time. But yes, the post-mortem report will definitely be tested in the courthouse in order to seek the custody.
Well, many thanks, Sandeep, for joining us there. So, Tunisha Sharma, the 20-year-old actress whose death has rocked the entire television industry. We are connecting with our colleague Sandeep there, who is on the scene and who's been tracking the story. Tunisha Sharma was found dead inside the washroom on the sets. She was shooting for her latest serial, a successful actress, no less. It's a death that has shocked the entire television industry, if not the entire country. Shifting focus now to other stories that we're tracking. In Nepal, we're getting reports from Nepal of attacks on Indian workers working on the Kali River wall in Uttarakhand. And the windscreens of 4 trucks were damaged in Dharchula, which is a border town, and the drivers had to jump into the river to save themselves as they were attacked with stones from Nepal. Officials, this is an official statement that came out on Saturday. And these are visuals of the river Kali, along whose banks this incident occurred. These were laborers, Indian laborers, who were working on a wall there. And if I'm not wrong, they were pelted with stones that damaged the windscreens of the trucks in which they were traveling. We're trying to get in more details. And let's listen in to what Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had to say on this incident.
नेपाल देखो हमारी फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं, बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। इसलिए जी कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ, क्योंकि सर इस तरह की घटना
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh there, reiterating that Nepal is a friendly country. More investigations will have to be undertaken to find out what this incident is about. But as per latest reports, Indian laborers working on the border there with Nepal in Uttarakhand were pelted with stones. The windscreens of their trucks were damaged. Let's go across once again to what the Defense Minister had to say on the matter.
नेपाल देखो हमारी फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं, बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। इसलिए जी कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ, क्योंकि सर इस तरह की घटना
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है। नेपाल देखो हमारी फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं, बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। इसलिए जी कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ, क्योंकि सर इस तरह की घटना
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh reiterating that not only are ties between India and Nepal friendly, Nepal is not just a friendly country, but there are brotherly relations between the two. And if there is an issue, if there are problems, there is no doubt that they will be solved amicably. Meanwhile, these visuals that you're seeing on your screens are from along the border between India and Nepal. These are visuals from Uttarakhand, where you see the Kali River flowing there. Indian laborers, some Indian laborers working there on a wall, were pelted with stones from the Nepal side. The trucks in which they were traveling were damaged. Let's move on now to some more international news that we're tracking. 5 people arrested following the fatal shooting of a 19-year-old man at the Mall of America that sent the sprawling commercial center into lockdown on one of the final days of the holiday shopping season. As the war in Ukraine enters its 10th month, fighting continues in the country's eastern region of Kharkiv. Areas of the region are still being targeted by Russian strikes, whilst Ukrainian commanders also say Russian troops have been trying to cross the Ukrainian border in the region. King Philippe VI pays tribute to the Ukrainian people in his traditional Christmas Eve speech televised in Spain, coinciding with the day that marks 10 months since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As the war in Ukraine marks its 10th month anniversary, on Christmas Eve, the Kyiv Opera Theatre holds a Christmas concert on Saturday on a stage underground. Artists sing Ukrainian versions of Jingle Bell Rock, and It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year, among other internationally famous holiday songs. Midnight Mass held at Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity as Christmas Day begins. The church is built on the spot where Christians believe Jesus Christ was born.
ورأسك.
8 months after Mariupol fell into Russian hands, Russia-appointed authorities erect a massive Christmas tree. In Mariupol, the spruce was transported to the city, all the way from St. Petersburg. Local residents looked on as the 20-meter-tall tree was installed in a central square. Authorities have said there will not be any mass holiday celebrations in the city this year. Tens of thousands of migrants who fled violence and poverty in their home countries, almost certain to spend Christmas in crowded shelters or on the streets of Mexican border towns where organized crime routinely targets them. Rail passengers hoping to make it to loved ones across the UK in time for Christmas Day suffered serious setbacks as much of the railway network came to a standstill. A strike by members of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union meant some services did not run at all, while others stopped early. A battering winter storm knocked out power to 1.7 million homes and businesses across the United States, leaving millions more to worry about the prospect of further outages and crippled police, fire departments and an airport in snow-blown New York State. And it's time now for a short break. On the other side, in news that's coming up, the BJP takes on Rahul Gandhi, even as Rahul continues with his Bharat Jodo Yatra in defiance of all COVID protocols. Also coming up, in other news that we're tracking, India salutes the man of the masses, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, on his 98th birth anniversary, as President, Prime Minister, and Vice President, as well as various other dignitaries and union ministers pay tributes at Smriti Sthal.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking, and proactive professionals.
Here, gravity and physics don't call the shots, and sound travels slower than you. This is a different kind of place. That's why we're looking for different kind of people, for whom excellence is not a job, but a way of being, be it in the sky or on the ground. We are looking for an invincible team of invincible people. People who are a cut above.
Join the Indian Air Force to be a cut above.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
You're watching Live and Breaking, and breaking news coming in now. The Aam Aadmi Party, the AAP, on Saturday challenged the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, to field its own candidate for the post of mayor of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, claiming that the BJP will be supporting an independent candidate. Senior AAP leader and Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha at a press conference claimed that the BJP has said it will not be fielding any candidate for the mayor's post. Let's listen in to what exactly AAP MP Raghav Chadha said regarding this.
बीजेपी ने ये घोषणा करी कि वे मेयर का चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे और मेयर के चुनाव में वे अपनी पार्टी का कोई प्रत्याशी खड़ा नहीं करेंगे। ये घोषणा बीजेपी के तमाम नेताओं ने, बड़े बड़े कद्दावर नेताओं ने दिल्ली के मीडिया के सामने, जनता के सामने की। लेकिन अब खबरें ये आ रही हैं कि बीजेपी एक निर्दलीय, एक आजाद उम्मीदवार, एक इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट मेयर के चुनाव में खड़ा करने जा रही है और उस इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट को बीजेपी के तमाम पार्षद सपोर्ट करके आम आदमी पार्टी को चुनौती देने जा रहे हैं। मैं बीजेपी की इस रणनीति का स्वागत करता हूं, लेकिन बीजेपी को एक सुझाव देना चाहता हूं। चुनाव लड़ने का अधिकार सबको है। आप अपनी पार्टी को सामने रखकर या सामने आकर मैदान में चुनाव लड़ें या पीछे से चोर दरवाजे से निर्दलीय चुनाव लड़ें, फैसला आपका है। लेकिन मेरा यह सुझाव है कि इतना डर क्यों? अगर चुनाव लड़ना ही है, मेयर के चुनाव में पार्टिसिपेट करना ही है, तो सामने आकर करिए। आम आदमी पार्टी से सीधी टक्कर लीजिए, रण के मैदान में लड़िए।
So the Aam Aadmi Party now throwing a fresh challenge to the BJP. And Raghav, you just heard, viewers, Raghav Chadha referring to the position of mayor, which is the next step as far as the Municipal Corporation of Delhi elections are concerned. That's the next step, and it's Raghav Chadha has said top leaders of the BJP have clearly stated that they will not be fighting for the mayor's post. Now the Aam Aadmi Party is asking certain questions. So is this a challenge for the BJP that the Aam Aadmi Party is throwing at it? Time now for a short break. On the other side, TV actor Tunisha Sharma found dead at a shooting set. Police probing both suicide and murder angles. Also coming up, in Afghanistan, after banning women from universities, the Taliban now bans women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown also emerge.
With all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूँ। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
सामने फ्यूल पंप है, वहां से ले लें।
जी सर, फ्यूल तो पिछले पंप में भी मिल जाता, इंडियन ऑयल में ऐसा क्या है?
कुछ है स्पेशल, खुद ही देख लेना।
स्पेशल?
अरे इंडियन ऑयल की तो बात ही कुछ और है।
जरा देखिए, फ्यूल तो बराबर डाल रहे हैं ना।
अरे यहाँ कंप्लीट ऑटोमेशन है, मतलब प्योर और पूरा दोनों ही।
इन सेंट्रली मॉनिटर्ड मशीन्स की एक एक रीडिंग का हिसाब है यहाँ पर।
वाह सर,
याद है ना? इंडियन ऑयल की बात ही कुछ और है। इंडियन ऑयल, पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल।
एक दिन मैं सोते सोते गिर गया और मुझे कुछ नहीं हुआ। पता है किसने किया? घोस्ट ने। मेरा दोस्त है, वो हर बार मुझे बचा लेता है। घोस्ट को कैसे पता मैं अंधेरे से डरता हूँ? घोस्ट मेरा दोस्त है, मिलोगे?
अरे कोई घोस्ट नहीं, रोनी के पापा ही हैं जो उसे सेफ रखते हैं। जैसे हैवेल्स लाइफ शील्ड वायर्स जो दिखते नहीं पर घर को सेफ रखते हैं, ना आग पकड़े ना जहरीली गैस छोड़े, वायर्स दैट डोंट कैच फायर।
Yeah, Rajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Magnificent picture, magnificent sound, magnificent experience, Magnifique. High performance TVs by Iwa Japan, now in India.
In other top stories that we're tracking, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pays tributes to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary, says his contribution to India is indelible. Rajasthan Police Chief Umesh Mishra on Saturday says police are considering booking cheating and paper league gangs under national security in the Rajasthan paper league case. Director General of Police also said records of those who facilitate cheating would be scrutinized and strict legal action would be taken against them. Police arrest 3 accused in murder of a policeman late last night in Madhya Pradesh's Damoh. State armed force jawan stoned to death in Kasai Mandi locality of Madhya Pradesh's Damoh district on Friday night. And that's all in this edition. But coming up after a very short break, after India-China clash along the LAC, China Foreign Minister makes big statement, says ready to hold border talks. Also coming up, BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line.
Powered by Century Ply, आग से बचाए. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India Limited, smarter steels, brighter futures. HDFC Life, Saru Thake Jio.
Mr. Blanc, you're the world's greatest detective, right?
In your words, there has been a murder. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again if it covers their tracks.
Wow!
Well, I'm out of here.
Yeah, me too.
Lock the doors. Stay in your rooms. Everyone is in danger.
Are you calling me dangerous?
Well, we'll see.
क्या हुआ रोहन? क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Hey boss.
Rahul, how come you're here?
Boss, शाहरुख ने बताया। Wait up. Booking a car service.
Booking a service from here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं। There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Thanks for tuning in this Sunday morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. A lot lined up for you with the next half an hour. We start with the top headlines this Sunday morning. Centre writes to states directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. India pays tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary. BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Court grants CBI 3-day remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband. TV actor found dead at shooting set, police probing both suicide and murder angle. After China, India clash, China's foreign minister makes a big statement, says ready to hold border talks with India. And we start with breaking news coming in of the Indian workers who were apparently attacked by from the Nepal side on the Kali River wall in Uttarakhand. In fact, we have a response coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who says that, and I quote, Nepal is our friend. If there is any dispute, we will solve it together. So the big statement coming in from the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh after Indian workers were attacked while working on the Kali River wall along the border area in Uttarakhand. In fact, we're given to understand that the Indian workers have been attacked once again from the Nepal side, and this happened on Friday itself. Reactions as well coming in from the irrigation department who've been working along the border areas along the Nepal border. First up, let's listen in to that response coming in from the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
हमारी फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। इसलिए जी कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ, क्योंकि सर इस तरह की घटना
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है। नेपाल देखो हमारी फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। इसलिए जी कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ, क्योंकि सर इस तरह की घटना
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है।
All right, we'll play out more reactions that have come in from the irrigation department who've been working along the Nepal border. We'll just play out those sound bites as well, but the visuals there on your screens of how the Indian workers were allegedly attacked along the Nepal border while they were working on the Kali River. We have Colonel Rohit Dev also joining us. Sir, good morning. If I can get your first response to these to the attack which has happened on the Indian workers who are working along the Nepal border. Raksha Mantri, they're saying that we will resolve it peacefully, but your first response to the workers attacked along the Nepal border?
Because let me take your minds back to what Chinese have done with the cartography of this region. And since year 2003 onwards, most of the maps which are there in the possession of the Nepalese administration as well have been cartographed from the Chinese agencies. And as a result, when you see the tri-junction part and come down the river along the border with Nepal, you find that there are a lot of spots which the Chinese have intentionally shown as part of Nepal, which is not the case. And that is why you also have a little bit of Chinese influence in bending minds of people. There has been a lot of internal mental incursion into the Nepalese minds by the Chinese thought process in some select regions where they thought they could urge the Indian side on the other side. And this kind of an incident does not augur well for Indo-Nepalese relationship. And I'm quite sure, and the Honorable Minister has already spoken about it, they will take it to the diplomatic channel, I think this morning itself. This issue will be resolved, and I don't expect this to happen in the near future. But we have to be very, very wary because the Chinese influence, which is entering into Nepal, right from cartography to the mindset of certain sections there, is something which the Nepalese government needs to see internally as well. And there has to be a kind of a dialogue between the two countries to ensure that the mutual interest of Indo-Nepalese friendship are not threatened by such, some incidents in the future.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So Colonel Rohit Dev was saying that this of course needs to be resolved by diplomatic talks between India and Nepal. The visuals there on your screens of how there was an attack, there was stone pelting along the Indo-Nepal border. This of course in which in this particular incident where construction workers were injured, some vehicles were also damaged amid the stone pelting that was reported from the Nepal side. A lot of reactions coming in from the irrigation department as well, who've been working along the border areas in Nepal. Indian workers who were attacked along the Nepal border. So the attack, remember, has been one of the several such launched in the past few days from across the border against the Indian workers who've been engaged in construction of a safety wall along the Kali River in Uttarakhand. In fact, in this particular incident where the windscreens of two dumper and two trucks were broken in the stone pelting, which was reported from the Nepal side, Raksha Mantri there making that big statement that these clashes, in wake of these clashes, the differences and the border clashes would be resolved by diplomatic talks. All right, a news break coming in from Mangaluru, where a man was stabbed to death in Mangaluru in Karnataka. We are also given to understand that Section 144 has been imposed till Tuesday 6 a.m. The police has also ordered a ban on liquor sales till 27th of December. Now, what we are given to understand that in this incident, the shopkeeper was stabbed while he was standing in front of his shop. The victim was immediately rushed to the hospital, but he died during the treatment. The statement that has been given by the police, where he says that the deceased breathed his last, and now the body has been shifted to the hospital for further procedures. But situation tense in Mangaluru, where Section 144 has been imposed till Tuesday 6 a.m. Situation, of course, remains tense as we talk about this particular incident which has been reported from Mangaluru, where Jalil was stabbed to death while he was working in his shop. He was immediately rushed to the hospital, but he succumbed to the injuries. More details on this are awaited, but also let's play out that response, first reaction coming in. Let's listen into what the police official has to say on the probe into the case. All right, we'll play out that reaction as well. What the police has to say, in which the police has stated that Jalil, the deceased, was a resident of Krishnapura. He was stabbed to death. He had a mobile recharge and stationery shop in the 4th block in Mangaluru. When the miscreants reached the place before the shop was shut at around 8:30 p.m. on Saturday. So what we are given to understand is that incident was reported at around 8:30 p.m. on Saturday, which is yesterday, after there was a verbal altercation. He was stabbed and the miscreants had then run away. So the accused are yet to be nabbed by the police, but the visuals there on your screens from that location where Jalil, the deceased, was stabbed to death by the miscreants. We are also given to understand that a ban has been imposed on liquor sales in Mangaluru. The reason behind the murder is not yet known. The accused are still on the run, but Section 144 has been imposed in Mangaluru till 6 a.m. Of Tuesday. For now, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid tributes to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary and said his contribution to India is indelible. Rajasthan Police Chief Umesh Mishra has said that the police is considering booking cheating and paper leak gangs under National Security Act in the Rajasthan paper leak case. The Director General of Police has said that the records of those who facilitate cheating would be scrutinized and strict legal action would be taken against them. Meanwhile, the police has arrested 3 accused in the murder of a policeman late last night in MP's Damoha. A state-armed force jawan was stoned to death in Madhya Pradesh, Damoha district on Friday night. TV actor was found dead. Tunisha was found dead at a shooting set. The police is probing both suicide and murder angle. Post-mortem of the actress also took place at JJ Hospital in Mumbai. 4 to 5 doctors were present at the time of post-mortem of the actor. Co-star of actor Tunisha Sharma has been arrested after a case of abetment to suicide was registered against him. The police has stated that the accused has been identified as Shazeen Khan, against whom a case under Section 306 of the IPC has been registered. Meanwhile, Centre has written to states and has directed to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for quick COVID management. After banning women from universities, Taliban has banned women from NGOs. Videos of brutal law crackdown has emerged. Meanwhile, in news from MP, where health contract workers were seen wearing PPE kit, held candles in their hands to pay tributes to the doctors' sisters who lost their lives while working for COVID patients. Fearless girls are out protesting in Herat. This after Taliban issued a diktat stating that women will no longer be allowed to work at NGOs and will also not be allowed to pursue higher education. After banning women from universities, Taliban has banned women from NGOs. Videos of brutal crackdown have also surfaced. A construction worker was also injured in Nepal after vehicles were damaged. And on to the big news, big story that came in this morning of the statement that has been issued by the Foreign Minister of China, who says that China and India have maintained communication via diplomatic and military-to-military channels, and that both countries are committed to holding stability in border areas. In fact, the statement that has been issued by the Foreign Minister of China, who says that China stands ready to work with India in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. So that's a big statement that has come in from China. This days, of course, the Tawang clashes which happened in Arunachal Pradesh. China has responded to the clashes, saying that communication has been maintained with India and that the communication would continue to take place via diplomatic channels. We have Major General Sanjay Soy joining us this morning. Sir, good morning. What do you make of this big statement that has come in from the Chinese side, saying that they are open to diplomatic talks? But if you could help us, give us your insight that if there is any scope in that in diplomatic talks, because we've seen what happened in Tawang. There was definitely an attempt to change status quo in the border area in Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh.
Absolutely. First of all, I would say that it is a good and welcome statement by Chinese Foreign Minister that they want to maintain a steady and cordial relations with India. But is it happening on ground? Is it turning to the facts on ground? What is the ground situation? Are these statements, or these are backed by their actions on the border and other areas? If you see this, the Chinese forces continue to remain deployed on the borders, right from Aksai Chin to the Tawang. And the attempts which was made on 9 December, had our forces not been alert, they were trying to alter the border, they were trying to raise the fence, and then after that we would have been on reactive scenario. So the diplomacy and the statements are one thing which is for the consumption of the world, and they are trying to say that China is such a friendly country. But on the other side, we all are aware the expansionist philosophy of China, and which is they are trying to do in every side, on every border, whether it is India or Taiwan or South China Sea, anywhere and everywhere we are seeing their mentality and philosophy is there. So unless these statements are backed by actions on ground, we cannot trust China. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And sir, like you were saying, that definitely nothing has transpired on the ground. We've seen several such rounds of diplomatic talks happen between India and China. Would you say that we are back to square one when we talk about the diplomatic talks between India and China that has been happening for months now?
In fact, I would say that India is always open to the communication. We have always tried to maintain good relations, and it would be a good thing for the world and for both the countries if we maintain good relations. But the fact is that China is thinking differently, whether if you see this kind of statement, doesn't mean anything unless things happen on ground. And there have been a number of talks, both on diplomatic front and on army side. And if you see the standoff still remains, number of issues still remain to be resolved on Ladakh side, whether it's Depsong Lake or number of areas which are still critical. So the thing is, the things are not happening, and if you see not once but many times, China is going against the interest of India and against the interest of the world at large when they support the militants who are staying in Pakistan and they don't allow them to be banned and to be declared as a terrorist. These kind of actions which doesn't sound good and which doesn't show that what they mean and what they say is totally different. We cannot trust them, and fortunately our forces are on alert, our diplomatic efforts are on, the whole world is standing with India, and whether it is the Air Force, Navy, Army, all are on totally alert. Our surveillance systems are absolutely packed. We have deployed AI-backed surveillance systems which combine all the efforts, and we get the clear picture. That's how, if you see the kind of alertness which is there on the border, and we are failing all their misadventures. Yeah.
And And lastly, sir, what do you think should be the next step forward? Because when we talk about the Tawang clashes, it was definitely well planned when we talk about the timing of these clashes. How do you think that India should be really up in arms and should be well prepared? Because this definitely doesn't look like that they are going to retract from all these, all these attempts of trying to change the status quo at the border areas.
Absolutely. In fact, I would say that India has given a very befitting reply to every misadventure of China in the recent time. What China has been tried to test waters in Galwan. They thought that we are still of 1962 vintage. Our infrastructure was not so good the kind of infrastructure China has and the way they can build up forces on the border. But the mirror deployment we did during the winter times, in spite of all the hardships, in spite of very little infrastructure, our forces got deployed. The government showed the resolve. They supported, they backed up the forces, every possible thing, all the possible logistics. Air Force, Navy, everybody joined hands. The diplomatic front was totally open. So India is not reactive. India is not defensive. Our thought process has changed. That is where I wanted to highlight this. The armed forces have always been offensive and proactive, but the change is at the highest level. At the government level, now we are not chicken-hearted. We are bold. We are proactive. Whether it is taking on Kailash Hills, whether it is offensive against China in the World Forum, in the diplomatic forum, everywhere China is getting cornered as far as India is concerned, and they are learning the lessons in a bitter manner. And it is very, very unfortunate. In fact, I feel sad for the common people of China who are suffering the disease and pandemic of COVID. A common man who is just like us only. I mean, we don't have any bad feelings for them, but because of the government policies and because they have isolated themselves from the world, the kind of thing which are happening, it is something like karma which they try to spread to the world. The whole thing is come back to them. Yeah.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Of course, a statement by China coming a little too late when we talk about the clashes which happened in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. China's foreign minister there having issued a statement saying that China is ready for diplomatic talks between the two countries. Remains to be seen how this goes forward, but definitely a big statement coming in from the Chinese side on the border tensions between India and China, saying that communication is still on with India and that China is committed to uphold stability at the border areas. And on to more news coming in from China amid the global COVID upsurge and the situation that only seems to be going bad to worse in China with the COVID cases. China, we are understanding that China has stopped publishing daily COVID cases amid the fresh surge that the country is seeing. In fact, seeing China's National Health Commission, which used to issue the country's COVID-19 case figures on a daily basis, has stopped the publication. According to China's mouthpiece, in fact, this move comes in wake of the report which said that nearly 250 million people in China may have been affected by COVID-19 in just 20 days after the zero COVID policy was diluted in the first week of month. So definitely China there ensuring that the facts are not out there in public domain, as it has stopped publishing the data in relation to the daily COVID cases being seen in the country. Of course, we've been getting visuals also from across China of how hospitals have been completely overwhelmed. People have been running from pillar to post to get their treatment. And amid the upsurge that China is facing, China there stopping the publication of the daily COVID cases. Also remember a report that has come to light in the latest, which says that 250 million people in China may have been affected by COVID-19 in a matter of just 20 days. So that report, quite sensational, which says that in a matter of 20 days, over 250 million people seems to have been impacted as a result of COVID-19. We'll slip into a very short break, but lots coming up on the other side of this very short break. Do not go anywhere.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, you expected the puzzle, but for a law person, this is not a game.
Explain it to us, detective.
Always! Everyone is in danger.
All right, when's the murder mystery start?
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट 2023 के माध्यम से देश विदेश के बड़े निवेशकों को आकर्षित करने के लिए प्रदेश की बदली हुई छवि को रोड शो के जरिए प्रचारित करने के साथ ही प्रदेश सरकार राज्य में उपलब्ध असीम व्यावसायिक अवसरों को प्रोफेशनल्स की मदद से निवेशकों तक पहुंचा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार रोड शो का आयोजन भी करने जा रही है ताकि उत्तर प्रदेश में उपलब्ध असीम अवसरों का प्रसार करते हुए निवेश को आकर्षित किया जा सके।
For how long will you continue being tensed about the future? Pension can free you from future's tension. With LIC's new Pension Plus, make your own pension plan because this plan creates market-linked wealth for your future. Moreover, this plan comes with guaranteed additions and also offers various options for receiving pension so that you grow young and tension-free. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्री टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
So the big news break coming in from China, where it has stopped publishing the daily COVID data, which it used to earlier. This, of course, in wake of the alarm that the cases have caused across the globe over the situation we are seeing in China. Remember, visuals have surfaced in which we are seeing how the medical infra in China is in shambles. People are running helter-skelter to get their medical treatment. The hospitals, of course, are overwhelmed. Patients are being treated on streets. Funeral homes have been overwhelmed. There are long queues being seen at crematoriums as well. Young women who are seen gasping for breath, collapsing there as a result of the medical treatment being denied to the people in China. The visuals there on your screens, which shows the situation there in China, where you can see how the hospitals are completely overwhelmed. Bodies have been piling up. In fact, not just this, long queues are being seen at crematoriums as well. Funeral homes completely overwhelmed. The medical infra in shambles. In China, patients are being seen on the streets, being treated on the streets. Funeral homes running out of capacity. Young people there gasping for breath, which only shows how the situation is deteriorating in China. And in wake of all this, the alarm that the situation in China has caused across the globe, China has stopped publication of data, the daily COVID data, which it was earlier. Remember, of course, this comes after the report also surfaced in which it was stated that in a matter of just 20 days, 250 million cases have been reported in China. So situation in China definitely alarming when we talk about COVID-19 cases. The visuals there which testify to the fact that the situation is definitely not good. People running pillar to post to get the medical treatment. In fact, crematoriums are overwhelmed. Medical infra in shambles in China. We'll continue to get more of such visuals and put out those updates we are getting from China. But the latest, of course, coming in that China has stopped publication of data in relation to the daily COVID cases being seen in the country. A quick roundup of all the news from across the globe. In Bloomington, 5 people were arrested following the fatal shootout of 19-year-old at the Mall of America that sent the sprawling commercial center into lockdown on one of the final days of the holiday shopping season. As the war in Ukraine enters its 10th month, fighting continues in the country's eastern region of Kharkiv. Areas of the region are still being targeted by Russian strikes, whilst Ukrainian commanders also say Russian troops have been trying to cross the Ukrainian border in the region. King Felipe VI paid tribute to Ukrainian people during his traditional Christmas Eve speech that was televised in Spain, coinciding with the day that marks 10 months since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As the war in Ukraine marks its 10th month anniversary on the Christmas Eve, the Kiev Opera Theatre held a Christmas concert. On a stage, underground artists sang Ukrainian versions of the Christmas carols, among other internationally famous holiday songs. Midnight Mass was held at Bethlehem Church of Nativity as the Christmas Day celebrations are being seen across the globe. The church is built on the spot where Christians believe Jesus was born. 8 months after Mariupol fell into Russian hands, Russian appointed authorities have now erected a massive Christmas tree in Mariupol. The spruce was transported to the city all the way from St. Petersburg. Tens of thousands of migrants who fled violence and poverty in their home countries are almost certain to spend Christmas in crowded shelters or on the streets of Mexican border towns where organized crime routinely targets them.
What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day? Multiple attacks. What's happening in China? China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity.
Life will test you. It will turn your world upside down. Again. And again. And again. The only way to hit back is to stand up. Stand up every time and say, I'm not done.
Your favorite service provider, Den, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो.
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call Den toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharati Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Much has happened in the world in the last 7 days, and today I'm going to tell you what all has happened and what will impact you. About President Zelensky's visit to the United States of America. What's with all these attacks happening in Pakistan every single day, multiple attacks? What's happening in China? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Checkmate. Recently, President Zelensky of Ukraine visited the United States of America, and there is this big figure of $45 billion US being bandied around, and this is the aid that America is supposed to give Ukraine. Now, obviously, the Republicans don't like it, and the Democrats say that this money must be given. While addressing the US Congress and even later, Zelensky made this very, very important point. From his point of view, he says that this is not expenditure, this is an investment. Now, the way Zelensky is positioning Ukraine is not simply like a small country that has been invaded by a larger neighbor, that is Russia. What Zelensky is trying to tell the world that, hey, Ukraine is different. We're fighting for democracy, we're fighting for Western values, we're fighting against communism. We're fighting against nuclear war, we're fighting against everything that the decent world, the Western world, stands against. We are your frontline state against the dark forces. Standing ovation for Zelensky, obviously, in the US Congress. A lot of congressmen saying that he's the best thing to have happened. Let's give him money. And there is talk about Patriot missiles. Each missile costing $3 million US. Patriot missiles to be given to Ukraine. Now, this is about as fancy as you can get as far as US air defense equipment is concerned. And Zelensky will get them. Now, there is a thought process in the Republican Party. And the Republican Party says, maybe it's not such a good idea. We're facing bad times. There is a recession happening. There are many Americans who are finding it difficult to put food on the table. And here we are giving tens of billions of dollars to a country far, far away. It's none of our business. The Democrats say, yes, obviously it's our business because Putin is at the doorstep of NATO. They say that Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. He's going to go much further if he succeeds. And somebody has to stop him, and that somebody is Zelensky. Great visit, fantastic optics, and something that the American people have wanted for a very long time. Somebody else fighting their war. No American deaths, no American soldiers coming back in body bags, no trillion-dollar expenditures. And yet, Russia is being pulled into that quagmire that is Ukraine. Very important for the Western world, very important for Europe. Europe is watching with bated breath. I don't know what Europe is going to give Zelensky apart from the odd anti-tank missile. But I think Europe will have to loosen its purse strings also because it impacts Europe first. After Ukraine, there is nothing but all of Europe. And if Europe does not step in with big money, Ukraine may fall because Ukraine will require a constant infusion of funds and weapons if it has to hold off Russia. It's not going to happen free of cost. We also look at what is happening in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, something very sinister. I've told you before many times, Imran Khan and the rest of Pakistan, their national security establishment, their army, they were celebrating when on 15th of August last year, the Taliban stormed into power. And a narrative was built that the Taliban have defeated the Americans, which is not true. There's something called the Doha Agreement, which the Americans and the Taliban signed. And after signing, the Americans quietly left Afghanistan because the Americans said that we have better things to do. They had the Indo-Pacific in mind. The Americans today have China in mind. Russia just jumped out of the jukebox all of a sudden. Russia was the spoiler. Otherwise, people thought that the Cold War was behind them, Russia was behind them, Russia would not do anything. Let's focus on China. So now the Western world, especially the United States of America, is focusing on Russia and China. Nobody has the time of the day for Afghanistan, unless, of course, a big terror incident or a big terror act happens from the soil of Afghanistan, because as we know, there is enough and more Al-Qaeda, enough and more Islamic State. The Taliban, though, has made it very clear that they are not interested in any country outside of Afghanistan. They will not carry out cross-border attacks except into Pakistan. Why into Pakistan? Why are the Taliban attacking the Pakistanis? Now, there are two aspects to it. Friends, for a very long time, Pakistan sold this narrative to the rest of the world that there's the good Taliban and the bad Taliban. I'm sure you heard about that. Anybody who follows geopolitics and current affairs would know that Pakistan had been selling it successfully to the rest of the world, that there is one good Taliban and the bad Taliban. Or there are good terrorists and bad terrorists. And who are the good terrorists? The good terrorists are those terrorists that attack India. And the bad terrorists are those terrorists that attack Pakistan. Now, today, the national security establishment, not overtly, but at least covertly, realizes that they were wrong all along. The 40-year-old Afghan policy is biting the dust. Why? Huge celebrations across Pakistan that our Afghan brothers, our Muslim brothers, are back in power, in Kabul. This is the end of India and Afghanistan. This is the end of the Indian influence in Afghanistan. Shut down its embassy, shut down all its consulates. Tell India to get out of Afghanistan and everything will be okay. But the problem is everything is not okay. And since then, nearly 400 soldiers, policemen and other paramilitary personnel, civilians in Pakistan have lost their lives. And there is no good Taliban and bad Taliban. There is only one Taliban. Now, there are obviously two parties to it, the Afghan Taliban and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. The Afghan Taliban is pressurizing the Pakistani army along the Durand line. They say, we do not recognize the Durand line. They say that, this was decided by the British. We were not taken into consultation. Nobody consulted with us. And obviously, we don't recognize the Durand line. Very recently, the Afghan Taliban, they gave out a map. They presented a map to the world. And very interestingly, that map of Afghanistan had significant portions of Pakistan, which means that the Afghan Taliban, like their predecessors before them, whether it was Ashraf Ghani or Karzai or the communist rulers, Najibullah, or the king of Afghanistan before that, nobody recognizes the state of Pakistan in its present geographical contours. That is the biggest problem for the Pakistanis. So they released this map to the world. And that map within Afghanistan placed even areas as far as Attock. Attock is an area that the Pashtuns, that the Afghans claim. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this has deeply, deeply pained Pakistan, because Pakistan had invested a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of manpower, a lot of training hours. It was Pakistan that raised the Taliban. And today Pakistan feels that an ungrateful Afghanistan is biting the hand that fed them. The truth is somewhat different. And in this very program, we've mentioned it in the past. The truth is that the Afghan street hates Pakistanis and Pakistan. So you have these attacks in Bannu, in Lucky Marwat, all along the Durand line, where people are smashing the fence which the Pakistanis have put up all along the Durand line. They're smashing that fence. And what they're doing is they're attacking symbols of the Pakistani state. They entered into the Bannu camp where the counterterrorism department was there. The police's counterterrorism department, they took people hostage. They attacked the police station. They stole weapons from there. They've set up parallel courts, Sharia courts, in the tribal areas of Pakistan. There are places where the Pakistani army dare not go. They're asking for protection money from Pakistani ministers in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Imran Khan's government, incidentally, Imran Khan's ministers, many of them pay protection money to a terrorist outfit called the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This is where did Pakistan go wrong? Where exactly did Pakistan go wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, I think Pakistan went wrong long back when it decided that taking money from America and interfering in Afghanistan was perhaps the best policy. They made a lot of money off Afghanistan. They made tens of billions of dollars by creating bloodshed inside Pakistan. And what did Pakistan get in return? The elite of Pakistan got billions of dollars, and the poor of Pakistan got heroin, they got Kalashnikov, and they got bloodshed. All these explosions that take place inside mosques, inside schools, the random killings in Pakistan is all because of Pakistan's failed Afghan policy. The idea that you can treat Afghanistan as Pakistan's fifth province, this mad dream of strategic depth, the chickens have come home to roost. We did not create this virus. The Chinese did. Whether it came out of a bioweapons lab or whether it came out of an animal market in Wuhan, immaterial. The COVID virus is the Chinese virus that came out of China, and it killed millions of people worldwide.
With Beto's Diabetes Care Program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care Program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
अब जियो मार्ट की ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में फूड और ग्रोसरीज में मिलेगा अप टू 50% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया, पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए।
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया, अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you to China. China is getting a hammering and a battering of a lifetime, which is unfortunate. There was a time when China was celebrating that it was the only country that had handled COVID so well. They had got COVID under control, and there were Chinese making fun of Indian dead bodies and American dead bodies, and this whole narrative from China that we are so efficient that we have beaten the world. There were people inside India, whose name I don't want to take, who said that look at China. China is vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. This "let that sink in" has been going around social media for the last 48 hours. Let that sink in. China is doing such a fantastic job. And these "let that sink in" tweets are old, during the first and second waves of COVID. They're not today's tweets. But the problem is that China did not build up immunity amongst its citizens. What is battering China today is another strain of COVID. They said that crematoriums are so full that they are working 24/7 and yet people have to wait for 7 to 10 days for dead bodies of the near and dear ones to get cremated. What did China do wrong? After all, so many Indians were saying that, China is such a perfect society. They're vaccinating 14 million people in a day. Let that sink in. Well, we let that sink in, and obviously China didn't do a very good job. This is not to poke fun at China, because wherever a death happens, in India or in China, it's always very unfortunate. But I think India did a far, far better job. We suffered. Of course, many Indians died. But today, India is a stronger nation in terms of immunity. We had our own local vaccines, which we exported to the world. And this is what China does not like about India. This is also part of the greater geopolitical game, because this is what the world is saying, China created the virus, India created the vaccine. And this is something that is resonating across the world, and China cannot get rid of it. Watch this short video, which you've already seen, I think, in various social media platforms. But I think it's time for you to see it again. If you see this video, you see people lying down in hospital beds, packed like sardines. And China, with all its fantastic infrastructure, China, with all its first world medical facilities, is coming to a standstill. There is almost a state of revolt in the Chinese cities. When Xi Jinping had locked the Chinese inside their home and welded the doors shut, people said they want to come out. And this is what the Chinese government feared. But the public backlash was so fierce, so terribly fierce, that people had started burning posters of Xi Jinping. People had come out on the roads. They were fighting with the riot police. We want freedom. We want to come out. Please don't lock us up inside our homes. That is what the Chinese people said. Under pressure, the Chinese government said, all right, come out. And when they came out, death and destruction followed. Now, there are a few things, We can talk about Dr. Andrew Fauci. Why not? We can talk about how this virus came from inside China. But I'd like to share some other things with you, ladies and gentlemen. Many of the viruses have come out of China. Why? Well, you've got viruses coming out of India also, and Africa, and other Western countries. But most of the viruses do come out of China. It is because the Chinese research which goes bad when they create weapons of war, biological weapons of war, or is it also what they choose to eat? And the jury is still out on the fact that many Chinese choose to eat things that will cause infections. It's supposed to be a delicacy in China. For example, and I'm not making this up, you can Google it. Eggs boiled in the urine of young boys as young as 10 years. So what these egg vendors do is, they have these stalls, they have these shops which sell these boiled eggs. They go to schools in the morning and they collect fresh urine from schools. They get the urine of boys 10 or younger. And that is the cutoff, 10 years or younger. And they boil eggs with the shells on. And when the eggs have boiled, they peel off the shells, put the boiled eggs again in the urine and then boil them again. And these are served as delicacies to people. And they said the flavor is amazing. I would not judge the Chinese for eating bats, though it's not something that I would do voluntarily. I would not judge them for eating what they eat. But if you eat human waste, it is going to result in pandemics. This is something that the human body throws out because it is waste. This is not something that you're supposed to consume, at least not on a daily basis, and it's certainly not a delicacy. So this is exactly what is happening in China. And it is my suggestion to our own civil aviation ministry and to the powers that be, that we need to shut down all airlines flying to and from China. The Chinese virus will come here again. It is the Chinese virus. Let's make no mistake. Let's call it out for what it is. This is the Chinese virus. It's going to come to India if we don't stop flights. There are already people who are suffering in India. There are already people who've got it. Yes, we have higher immunity. than the Chinese. There is no doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is, our economy may not be able to withstand another severe beating. We did not create this virus. The Chinese did. Whether it came out of a bioweapons lab or whether it came out of an animal market in Wuhan, immaterial. The COVID virus is the Chinese virus that came out of China, and it killed millions of people worldwide. India cannot afford to take another chance. The first thing we should do is shut off all flights with China, and then educating the people, enforcing masks, people who haven't got their booster doses. All these things will have to be put into place on an emergency setting. Otherwise, we will suffer economically, people will suffer personal loss, and we will go back to those dark old days of COVID when the roads were deserted and there was no business happening and people were locked up inside their houses. Why should India suffer because China messes up? No. There's another report which has come out of a new Indian missile called Pralay. Pralay is the Sanskrit word for doomsday, and this missile has a range of between 150 to 500 kilometers, and it has solid fuel. Unlike the Prithvi, which had liquid fuel, this has solid fuel, and this is a missile that is causing jitters in both China and Pakistan. So these are for what I would term, though this is not the classical military term, but I would call shallow strikes. This is unlike the Agni, which can fly for 5,500 kilometers plus. This is just 150 kilometers to 500 kilometers. Maybe a strategic headquarters, maybe a core headquarters, maybe a div headquarters somewhere behind enemy lines. This is something that we needed, an advanced version of the Prithvi. Now, this has nothing to do with Prithvi. The technology, the entire system is absolutely different. But just to explain to an audience in non-technical terms, think of it as a higher and more advanced version of the Prithvi missile. The Pralay missile will be inducted, hopefully, into the Indian Armed Forces soon. And this will give the Indian Armed Forces the unique capability to hit strategic targets inside China and inside Pakistan. China has very little and Pakistan almost none in terms of air defense cover to stop the Pralay. And when you fire many of them, there is no way that the Chinese are going to be able to stop it. And this is something that has scared the Chinese. When we tested the Pralay, the Chinese knew that it is because of the stress that they are putting along the line of actual control that India has tested the Agni 5 and now the Pralay. And all these missiles that India is churning out, most of them, not all of them, but most of them are China specific, and China knows it. This is one of the reasons why China will come, push against the line of actual control, but not try and force its way majorly inside. They will retreat because they know that India is building up consensus, not just missiles, mind you, also public consensus to strike back hard at the Chinese, should they try another misadventure. The Pakistani Foreign Minister, Bilawal Bhutto, has expressed disappointment at the Afghan Taliban, asking girls not to attend universities and colleges and basically shutting down higher education for girls in Afghanistan. And Pakistan says that, it's very disappointed. I don't know what Pakistan is disappointed about because the same thing happens in Pakistan. Malala Yousafzai was a Pakistani and she was shot inside Pakistan for wanting to educate girls. Now, this is like the pot calling the kettle black. Let me say it more plainly. Malala Yousafzai's case came to the fore and the world applauded her for her bravery. She got the Nobel Prize. But there are many Malalas inside Pakistan. And I think Pakistan should worry more about itself because there are places in Pakistan, in the tribal areas, that are a no-go for the Pakistani armed forces. Absolutely. There are places inside Pakistan where there is no rule of law, where the writ of the state did not run. There are places where terrorists collect taxes from not just common citizens, but from the police, from the armed forces, from the politicians, from people who represent the state of Pakistan. And Pakistan cannot get these areas under control. They cannot ensure girls' education, women's education, even primary education in such places. So for the Foreign Minister of Pakistan to come and say that he's very disappointed, I would like to ask Pakistanis, if you're disappointed in Afghanistan, how do you feel about what is happening with women's education inside your own country. The last time I checked, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa was very much part of Pakistan, and these problems are happening inside Pakistan. These problems are happening inside where people who go for polio vaccination are shot dead. People who try to educate their daughters and their sisters are threatened. Girls' schools are blown up. There is a difference between Pakistan and Afghanistan. When the Taliban came to power, everybody knew what they were buying. The Taliban are medieval in their mindsets. The Taliban say that they believe in Sharia. They say that Sharia says, that is what the Taliban say, that's not what I'm saying. The Taliban says that Sharia bans education for women over a certain age, that the woman should dress appropriately. They should all be wearing the burqa. That is what the Taliban thinks or says that the Sharia means. However, Pakistan claims to be a modern state. It claims to be a democratic state. If Pakistan is doing exactly in its tribal areas what the Taliban are doing in Afghanistan, then what moral authority does Bilawal Bhutto, the foreign minister of Pakistan, have in saying that Pakistan is disappointed with what the Afghan Taliban are doing vis-a-vis women's education? Ladies and gentlemen, this is all that I have for you this week. Thank you for watching this video. I'll be back next week with another update. Till then, have a great weekend.
Tonight, a murder will be committed. If anyone can name the killer, that person wins our game.
This is truly delightful.
Holy
There has been a murder. For one person, this is not a game. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again.
You must be really great at clues.
I'm very bad at dumb things.
Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery.
বাইরে সিকিউরিটি আর নিজের বাড়িতে এইসব
दादा बचा लिया आपने।
बेफिक्र कोलकाता जाओ, इंटरव्यू अच्छा ही होगा।
हर बंद राह ओपन हो सकती है, लगता है सिर्फ दिल। एक्सिस बैंक, दिल से ओपन।
With Beto's Diabetes Care program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amritkal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharti Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Why did life test me? Why did it try to crush me, shake me, break me? Why me? Because it knew if I could take this test, I could take anything and say, that was easy.
Thanks for staying tuned to Republic. This Sunday morning, we start with the top headlines we're tracking this Sunday morning. Centre writes to states, directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. India pays tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary. BJP launches massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Court grants CBI 3-day remand of former ICICI MD Chanda Kochhar and her husband. And let's straight up cut across to Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat this Sunday morning.
96 एपिसोड में साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। मन की बात का अगला एपिसोड वर्ष 2023 का पहला एपिसोड होगा। आप लोगों ने जो संदेश भेजे उनमें जाते हुए 2022 के बारे में बात करने को भी बड़े आग्रह से कहा है। अतीत का अवलोकन तो हमेशा हमें वर्तमान और भविष्य की तैयारियों की प्रेरणा देता है। 2022 में देश के लोगों का सामर्थ्य, उनका सहयोग, उनका संकल्प, उनकी सफलता का विस्तार इतना ज्यादा रहा कि मन की बात में सभी को समेटना मुश्किल होगा। 2022 वाकई कई मायनों में बहुत ही प्रेरक रहा, अद्भुत रहा। इस साल भारत ने अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे किए और इसी वर्ष अमृतकाल का प्रारंभ हुआ। इस साल देश ने नई रफ्तार पकड़ी। सभी देशवासियों ने एक से बढ़कर एक काम किया। 2022 की विभिन्न सफलताओं ने आज पूरे विश्व में भारत के लिए एक विशेष स्थान बनाया है। 2022 यानी भारत द्वारा दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था का मुकाम हासिल करना। 2022 यानी भारत द्वारा 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन का अविश्वसनीय आंकड़ा पार करने का रिकॉर्ड। 2022 यानी भारत द्वारा निर्यात का $400 बिलियन का जादुई आंकड़ा पार कर जाना। 2022 यानी देश के जन जन द्वारा आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प को अपनाना, जी कर दिखाना। 2022 यानी भारत के पहले स्वदेशी एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर INS विक्रांत का स्वागत। 2022 यानी स्पेस, ड्रोन और डिफेंस सेक्टर में भारत का परचम। 2022 यानी हर क्षेत्र में भारत का दमखम। खेल के मैदान में भी, चाहे कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स हो या हमारी महिला हॉकी टीम की जीत, हमारे युवाओं ने जबरदस्त सामर्थ्य दिखाया। साथियों, इन सब के साथ ही साल 2022 एक और कारण से हमेशा याद किया जाएगा। ये है एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना का विस्तार। देश के लोगों ने एकता और एकजुटता को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए भी कई अद्भुत आयोजन किए। गुजरात के माधवपुर मेला हो, जहां रुक्मिणी विवाह और भगवान कृष्ण के पूर्वोत्तर से संबंधों को सेलिब्रेट किया जाता है, या फिर काशी तमिल संगमम हो, इन पर्वों में भी एकता के कई रंग दिखे। 2022 में देशवासियों ने एक और अमर इतिहास लिखा है। अगस्त के महीने में चला हर घर तिरंगा अभियान, भला कौन भूल सकता है। वो पल थे, हर देशवासी के रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते थे। आजादी के 75 वर्ष के इस अभियान में पूरा देश तिरंगामय हो गया। 6 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों ने तो तिरंगे के साथ सेल्फी भी भेजी। आजादी का ये अमृत महोत्सव अभी अगले साल भी ऐसे ही चलेगा, अमृतकाल की नींव को और मजबूत करेगा। साथियों, इस साल भारत को G20 समूह की अध्यक्षता की जिम्मेदारी भी मिली है। मैंने पिछली बार इस पर विस्तार से चर्चा भी की थी। साल 2023 में हमें G20 के उत्साह को नई ऊंचाई पर लेकर जाना है। इस आयोजन को एक जन आंदोलन बनाना है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज दुनिया भर में धूमधाम से क्रिसमस का त्योहार भी मनाया जा रहा है। ये जीसस क्राइस्ट के जीवन, उनकी शिक्षाओं को याद करने का दिन है। मैं आप सभी को क्रिसमस की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज हम सभी के श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का जन्मदिन भी है। वे एक महान राजनेता थे जिन्होंने देश को असाधारण नेतृत्व दिया। हर भारतवासी के हृदय में उनके लिए एक खास स्थान है। मुझे कोलकाता से आस्था जी का एक पत्र मिला है। इस पत्र में उन्होंने हाल की अपनी दिल्ली यात्रा का जिक्र किया है। वे लिखती हैं कि इस दौरान उन्होंने पीएम म्यूजियम देखने के लिए समय निकाला। इस म्यूजियम में उन्हें अटल जी की गैलरी खूब पसंद आई। अटल जी के साथ वहां खींची गई तस्वीर तो उनके लिए यादगार बन गई है। अटल जी की गैलरी में हम देश के लिए उनके बहुमूल्य योगदान की झलक देख सकते हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, शिक्षा या फिर विदेश नीति, उन्होंने भारत को हर क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने का काम किया। मैं एक बार फिर अटल जी को हृदय से नमन करता हूं। साथियों, कल 26 दिसंबर को वीर बाल दिवस है और मुझे इस अवसर पर दिल्ली में साहिबजादा जोरावर सिंह जी और साहिबजादा फतेह सिंह जी की शहादत को समर्पित एक कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने का सौभाग्य मिलेगा। देश साहिबजादे और माता गुजरी के बलिदान को हमेशा याद रखेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है, सत्यम किम प्रमाणम, प्रत्यक्षम किम प्रमाणम, यानी सत्य को प्रमाण की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। जो प्रत्यक्ष है उसे भी प्रमाण की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। लेकिन बात जब आधुनिक मेडिकल साइंस की हो तो उसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होता है प्रमाण, एविडेंस। सदियों से भारतीय जीवन का हिस्सा रहे योग और आयुर्वेद जैसे हमारे शास्त्रों के सामने एविडेंस बेस्ड रिसर्च की कमी हमेशा हमेशा एक चुनौती रही है। परिणाम दिखते हैं लेकिन प्रमाण नहीं होते हैं। लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि एविडेंस बेस्ड मेडिसिन के युग में अब योग और आयुर्वेद आधुनिक युग की जांच और कसौटियों पर भी खरे उतर रहे हैं। आप सभी ने मुंबई के टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर के बारे में जरूर सुना होगा। इस संस्थान ने रिसर्च, इनोवेशन और कैंसर केयर में बहुत नाम कमाया है। इस सेंटर द्वारा की गई एक इंटेंसिव रिसर्च में सामने आया है कि ब्रेस्ट कैंसर के मरीजों के लिए योग बहुत ज्यादा असरकारी है। टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर ने अपनी रिसर्च के नतीजों को अमेरिका में हुई बहुत ही प्रतिष्ठित ब्रेस्ट कैंसर कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रस्तुत किया है। इन नतीजों ने दुनिया के बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स का ध्यान अपनी तरफ खींचा है, क्योंकि टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर ने एविडेंस के साथ बताया है कि कैसे मरीजों को योग से लाभ हुआ है। इस सेंटर की रिसर्च के मुताबिक योग के नियमित अभ्यास से ब्रेस्ट कैंसर के मरीजों की बीमारी के फिर से उभरने और मृत्यु के खतरे में 15% तक की कमी आई है। भारतीय पारंपरिक चिकित्सा में यह पहला उदाहरण है जिसे पश्चिमी तौर तरीकों वाले कड़े मानकों पर परखा गया है। साथ ही यह पहली स्टडी है जिसमें ब्रेस्ट कैंसर से प्रभावित महिलाओं में योग से क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ के बेहतर होने का पता चला है। इसके लॉन्ग टर्म बेनिफिट्स भी सामने आए हैं। टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर ने अपनी स्टडी के नतीजों को पेरिस में हुए यूरोपियन सोसाइटी ऑफ मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी में उस सम्मेलन में प्रस्तुत किया है। साथियों, आज के युग में भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धतियां जितनी ज्यादा एविडेंस बेस्ड होगी, उतनी ही पूरे विश्व में उनकी स्वीकार्यता बढ़ेगी। इसी सोच के साथ दिल्ली के एम्स में भी एक प्रयास किया जा रहा है। यह हमारी पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियों को वैलिडेट करने के लिए 6 साल पहले सेंटर फॉर इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन एंड रिसर्च की स्थापना की गई। इसमें लेटेस्ट मॉडर्न टेक्निक्स और रिसर्च मेथड्स का उपयोग किया जाता है। यह सेंटर पहले ही प्रतिष्ठित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जर्नल्स में 20 पेपर प्रकाशित कर चुका है। अमेरिकन कॉलेज ऑफ कार्डियोलॉजी के जर्नल में प्रकाशित एक पेपर में सिंकपी से पीड़ित मरीजों को योग से होने वाले लाभ के बारे में बताया गया है। इसी प्रकार न्यूरोलॉजी जर्नल के पेपर में माइग्रेन में योग के फायदों के बारे में बताया गया है। इनके अलावा कई और बीमारियों में भी योग के बेनिफिट्स को लेकर स्टडी की जा रही है, जैसे हार्ट डिसीज, डिप्रेशन, स्लीप डिसऑर्डर्स और प्रेगनेंसी के दौरान महिलाओं को होने वाली समस्याएं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही मैं वर्ल्ड आयुर्वेद कांग्रेस के लिए गोवा में था। इसमें 40 से ज्यादा देशों के डेलीगेट शामिल हुए और यहां 550 से अधिक साइंटिफिक पेपर्स प्रेजेंट किए गए। भारत सहित दुनिया भर की करीब 215 कंपनियों ने यहां एग्जीबिशन में अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को डिस्प्ले किया। 4 दिनों तक चले इस एक्सपो में 1 लाख से भी अधिक लोगों ने आयुर्वेद से जुड़े अपने एक्सपीरियंस को एंजॉय किया। आयुर्वेद कांग्रेस में भी मैंने दुनिया भर से जुटे आयुर्वेद एक्सपर्ट्स के सामने एविडेंस बेस्ड रिसर्च का आग्रह दोहराया। जिस तरह कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी के इस समय में योग और आयुर्वेद की शक्ति को हम सभी देख रहे हैं, उसमें इनसे जुड़ी एविडेंस बेस्ड रिसर्च बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण साबित होगी। मेरा आपसे भी आग्रह है कि योग, आयुर्वेद और हमारी पारंपरिक चिकित्सा पद्धतियों से जुड़े हुए ऐसे प्रयासों के बारे में अगर आपके पास कोई जानकारी हो तो उन्हें सोशल मीडिया पर जरूर शेयर करें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, बीते कुछ वर्षों में हमने स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र से जुड़ी कई बड़ी चुनौतियों पर विजय पाई है। इसका पूरा श्रेय हमारे मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट्स, साइंटिस्ट और देशवासियों की इच्छा शक्ति को जाता है। हमने भारत से स्मॉल पॉक्स, पोलियो और गिनी वॉर्म जैसी बीमारियों को समाप्त करके दिखाया है। आज मन की बात के श्रोताओं को मैं एक और चुनौती के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं, जो अब समाप्त होने की कगार पर है। ये चुनौती है, ये बीमारी है कालाजार। इस बीमारी का परजीवी सैंड फ्लाई यानी बालू मक्खी के काटने से फैलता है। जब किसी को कालाजार होता है तो उसे महीनों तक बुखार रहता है, खून की कमी हो जाती है, शरीर कमजोर पड़ जाता है और वजन भी घट जाता है। यह बीमारी बच्चों से लेकर बड़ों तक किसी को भी हो सकती है, लेकिन सबका प्रयास से कालाजार नाम की बीमारी अब तेजी से समाप्त होती जा रही है। कुछ समय पहले तक कालाजार का प्रकोप 4 राज्यों के 50 से अधिक जिलों में फैला हुआ था, लेकिन अब ये बीमारी बिहार और झारखंड के 4 जिलों तक ही सिमट कर रह गई है। मुझे विश्वास है बिहार झारखंड के लोगों का सामर्थ्य, उनकी जागरूकता इन 4 जिलों से भी कालाजार को समाप्त करने में सरकार के प्रयासों को मदद करेगी। कालाजार प्रभावित क्षेत्रों के लोगों से भी मेरा आग्रह है कि वो 2 बातों का जरूर ध्यान रखें। एक है सैंड फ्लाई या बालू मक्खी पर नियंत्रण, और दूसरा जल्द से जल्द इस रोग की पहचान और पूरा इलाज। कालाजार का इलाज आसान है, इसके लिए काम आने वाली दवाएं भी बहुत कारगर होती हैं। बस आपको सतर्क रहना है। बुखार हो तो लापरवाही ना बरतें और बालू मक्खी को खत्म करने वाली दवाइयों का छिड़काव भी करते रहें। जरा सोचिए, हमारा देश जब कालाजार से भी मुक्त हो जाएगा तो ये हम सभी के लिए कितनी खुशी की बात होगी। सबका प्रयास की इसी भावना से हम भारत को 2025 तक टीबी मुक्त करने के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा, बीते दिनों जब टीबी मुक्त भारत अभियान शुरू हुआ तो हजारों लोग टीबी मरीजों की मदद के लिए आगे आए। ये लोग निक्षय मित्र बनकर टीबी के मरीजों की देखभाल कर रहे हैं, उनकी आर्थिक मदद कर रहे हैं। जन सेवा और जन भागीदारी की यही शक्ति हर मुश्किल लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करके ही दिखाती है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारी परंपरा और संस्कृति का मां गंगा से अटूट नाता है। गंगा जल हमारी जीवन धारा का अभिन्न हिस्सा रहा है और हमारे शास्त्रों में भी कहा गया है, नमामि गंगे तव पाद पंकजम सुर असुरई वंदित दिव्य रूपम भुक्तिम च मुक्तिम च ददासि नित्यम भाव अनुसारेण सदा नराणाम। अर्थात हे मां गंगा, आप अपने भक्तों को उनके भाव के अनुरूप सांसारिक सुख, आनंद और मोक्ष प्रदान करती है। सभी आपके पवित्र चरणों का वंदन करते हैं। मैं भी आपके पवित्र चरणों में अपना प्रणाम अर्पित करता हूं। ऐसे में सदियों से कल कल बहती मां गंगा को स्वच्छ रखना हम सबकी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। इसी उद्देश्य के साथ 8 साल पहले हमने नमामि गंगे अभियान की शुरुआत की थी। हम सभी के लिए गौरव की बात है कि भारत की इस पहल को आज दुनिया भर की सराहना मिल रही है। यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने नमामि गंगे मिशन को इकोसिस्टम को रिस्टोर करने वाली दुनिया के टॉप 10 इनिशिएटिव में शामिल किया है। ये और भी खुशी की बात है कि पूरे विश्व के 160 ऐसे इनिशिएटिव्स में नमामि गंगे को यह सम्मान मिला है। साथियों, नमामि गंगे अभियान की सबसे बड़ी ऊर्जा लोगों की निरंतर सहभागिता है। नमामि गंगे अभियान में गंगा प्रहरियों और गंगा दूतों की भी बड़ी भूमिका है। वे पेड़ लगाने, घाटों की सफाई, गंगा आरती, नुक्कड़ नाटक, पेंटिंग और कविताओं के जरिए जागरूकता फैलाने में जुटे हैं। इस अभियान से बायोडायवर्सिटी में भी काफी सुधार देखा जा रहा है। हिल्सा मछली, गंगा डॉल्फिन और कछुओं की विभिन्न प्रजातियों की संख्या में काफी वृद्धि हुई है। गंगा का इकोसिस्टम क्लीन होने से आजीविका के अन्य अवसर भी बढ़ रहे हैं। यहां मैं जलज आजीविका मॉडल की चर्चा करना चाहूंगा, जो कि बायोडायवर्सिटी को ध्यान में रखकर तैयार किया गया है। इस टूरिज्म बेस्ड बोट सफारीज को 26 लोकेशंस पर लॉन्च किया गया है। जाहिर है, नमामि गंगे मिशन का विस्तार, उसका दायरा नदी की सफाई से कहीं ज्यादा बढ़ा है। ये जहां हमारी इच्छा शक्ति और अथक प्रयासों का एक प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण है, वहीं ये पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में विश्व को भी एक नया रास्ता दिखाने वाला है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जब हमारी संकल्प शक्ति मजबूत हो तो बड़ी से बड़ी चुनौती भी आसान हो जाती है। इसकी मिसाल पेश की है सिक्किम के थेगू गांव के संगे शेरपा जी ने। ये पिछले 14 साल से 12,000 फीट से भी ज्यादा की ऊंचाई पर पर्यावरण संरक्षण के काम में जुटे हुए हैं। संगे जी ने सांस्कृतिक और पौराणिक महत्व का सोमगो लेक, उसे स्वच्छ रखने का बीड़ा उठा लिया है। अपने अथक प्रयासों से उन्होंने इस ग्लेशियर लेक का रंग रूप ही बदल डाला है। साल 2008 में संगे शेरपा जी ने जब स्वच्छता का यह अभियान शुरू किया था, तब उन्हें कई मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ा, लेकिन देखते ही देखते उनके इस नेक कार्यों में युवाओं और ग्रामीणों के साथ ही पंचायत का भी भरपूर सहयोग मिलने लगा। आज आप अगर सोमगो लेक को देखने जाएंगे तो वहां चारों ओर आपको बड़े बड़े गार्बेज बिन्स मिलेंगे। अब यहां जमा हुए कूड़े कचरे को रिसाइकलिंग के लिए भेजा जाता है। यहां आने वाले पर्यटकों को कपड़े से बने गार्बेज बैग भी दिए जाते हैं, ताकि कूड़ा कचरा इधर उधर न फेंके। अब बेहद साफ सुथरी हो चुकी इस झील को देखने हर साल करीब 5 लाख पर्यटक यहां पहुंचते हैं। सोमगो लेक के संरक्षण के इस अनूठे प्रयास के लिए संगे शेरपा जी को कई संस्थाओं ने सम्मानित भी किया है। ऐसी ही कोशिशों के बदौलत आज सिक्किम की गिनती भारत के सबसे स्वच्छ राज्यों में होती है। मैं संगे शेरपा जी और उनके साथियों के साथ साथ देश भर में पर्यावरण संरक्षण के नेक प्रयास में जुटे लोगों की भी हृदय से प्रशंसा करता हूं। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन आज हर भारतीय के मन में रच बस चुका है। साल 2014 में इस जन आंदोलन के शुरू होने के साथ ही इसे नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने के लिए लोगों ने कई अनूठे प्रयास किए हैं, और ये प्रयास सिर्फ समाज के भीतर ही नहीं बल्कि सरकार के भीतर भी हो रहे हैं। लगातार इन प्रयासों का परिणाम ये है, कूड़ा कचरा हटने के कारण, बिन जरूरी सामान हटने के कारण दफ्तरों में काफी जगह खुल जाती है, नया स्पेस मिल जाता है। पहले जगह के अभाव में दूर दूर किराए पर दफ्तर रखने पड़ते थे। इन दिनों ये साफ सफाई के कारण इतनी जगह मिल रही है कि अब एक ही स्थान पर सारे दफ्तर बैठ रहे हैं। पिछले दिनों सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय ने भी मुंबई में, अहमदाबाद में, कोलकाता में, शिलोंग में, कई शहरों में अपने दफ्तरों में भरपूर प्रयास किया, और उसके कारण आज उनको 2-2, 3-3 मंजिलें पूरी तरह नए सिरे से काम में आ सके ऐसी उपलब्ध हो गई। ये अपने आप में स्वच्छता के कारण हमारे संसाधनों का ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन का उत्तम अनुभव आ रहा है। समाज में भी, गांव-गांव, शहर-शहर में भी, उसी प्रकार से दफ्तरों में भी ये अभियान देश के लिए भी हर प्रकार से उपयोगी सिद्ध हो रहा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में अपनी कला संस्कृति को लेकर एक नई जागरूकता आ रही है, एक नई चेतना जागृत हो रही है। मन की बात में हम अक्सर ऐसे उदाहरणों की चर्चा भी करते हैं, जैसे कला, साहित्य और संस्कृति समाज की सामूहिक पूंजी होते हैं। वैसे ही इन्हें आगे बढ़ाने की जिम्मेदारी भी पूरे समाज की होती है। ऐसा ही एक सफल प्रयास लक्षद्वीप में हो रहा है। यहाँ कल्पेनी द्वीप पर एक क्लब है, कुमेल ब्रदर्स चैलेंजर्स क्लब। ये क्लब युवाओं को स्थानीय संस्कृति और पारंपरिक कलाओं के संरक्षण के लिए प्रेरित करता है। यहाँ युवाओं को लोकल आर्ट, कोलकली, परिचाकली, किलिपाट्टू और पारंपरिक गानों की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। यानी पुरानी विरासत नई पीढ़ी के हाथों में सुरक्षित हो रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है। और साथियों, मुझे खुशी है इस प्रकार के प्रयास देश में ही नहीं विदेश में भी हो रहे हैं। हाल ही में दुबई से खबर आई कि वहां के कालारी क्लब ने गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में नाम दर्ज किया है। कोई भी सोच सकता है कि दुबई के क्लब ने रिकॉर्ड बनाया तो जो भारत से क्या संबंध। दरअसल ये रिकॉर्ड भारत की प्राचीन मार्शल आर्ट कलारियापट्टू से जुड़ा है। ये रिकॉर्ड एक साथ सबसे अधिक लोगों के द्वारा कलारी के प्रदर्शन का है। कलारी क्लब दुबई में दुबई पुलिस के साथ मिलकर ये प्लान किया और यूएई के नेशनल डे में प्रदर्शित किया। इस आयोजन में 4 साल के बच्चों से लेकर 60 वर्ष तक के लोगों ने कलारी की अपनी क्षमता का बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया। अलग अलग पीढ़ियां कैसे एक प्राचीन परंपरा को आगे बढ़ा रही हैं, पूरे मनोयोग से बढ़ा रही हैं, ये उसका अद्भुत उदाहरण है। साथियों, मन की बात के श्रोताओं को मैं कर्नाटका के गडक जिले में रहने वाले कवेम श्री जी के बारे में भी बताना चाहता हूं। कवेम श्री दक्षिण में कर्नाटका की कला संस्कृति को पुनर्जीवित करने के मिशन में पिछले 25 वर्षों से अनवरत लगे हुए हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि उनकी तपस्या कितनी बड़ी है। पहले तो वो होटल मैनेजमेंट के प्रोफेशन से जुड़े थे, लेकिन अपनी संस्कृति और परंपरा को लेकर उनका लगाव इतना गहरा था कि उन्होंने इसे अपना मिशन बना लिया। उन्होंने कला चेतना के नाम से एक मंच बनाया। ये मंच आज कर्नाटका के और देश विदेश के कलाकारों के कई कार्यक्रम आयोजित करता है। इसमें लोकल आर्ट और कल्चर को प्रमोट करने के लिए कई इनोवेटिव काम भी होते हैं। साथियों, अपनी कला संस्कृति के प्रति देशवासियों के उत्साह अपनी विरासत पर गर्व की भावना का ही प्रकटीकरण है। हमारे देश में तो हर कोने में ऐसे कितने ही रंग बिखरे हैं। हमें भी उन्हें सजाने, संवारने और संरक्षित करने के लिए निरंतर काम करना चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, देश के अनेक क्षेत्रों में बांस से अनेक सुंदर और उपयोगी चीजें बनाई जाती हैं। विशेष रूप से आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में बांस के कुशल कारीगर, कुशल कलाकार है। जब से देश ने बैम्बू से जुड़े अंग्रेजों के जमाने के कानूनों को बदला है, इसका एक बड़ा बाजार तैयार हो गया है। महाराष्ट्र के पालघर जैसे क्षेत्रों में भी आदिवासी समाज के लोग बैम्बू से कई खूबसूरत प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं। बैम्बू से बनने वाले बॉक्सेस, कुर्सी, चायदानी, टोकरियां और ट्रे जैसी चीजें खूब लोकप्रिय हो रही है। यही नहीं, ये लोग बैम्बू घास से खूबसूरत कपड़े और सजावट की चीजें भी बनाते हैं। इससे आदिवासी महिलाओं को रोजगार भी मिल रहा है और उनके हुनर को पहचान भी मिल रही है। साथियों, कर्नाटका के एक दंपति सुपारी के रेशे से बनी कई यूनिक प्रोडक्ट्स इंटरनेशनल मार्केट तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। कर्नाटका में शिवमोगा में ये दंपति हैं, श्रीमान सुरेश और उनकी पत्नी श्रीमती मैथिली। ये लोग सुपारी के रेशे से ट्रे, प्लेट और हैंडबैग से लेकर कई डेकोरेटिव चीजें बना रहे हैं। इसी रेशे से बनी चप्पलें भी आज खूब पसंद की जा रही हैं। उनके प्रोडक्ट्स आज लंदन और यूरोप के दूसरे बाजारों तक में बिक रहे हैं। यही तो हमारे प्राकृतिक संसाधनों और पारंपरिक हुनर की खूबी है जो सबको पसंद आ रही है। भारत के इस पारंपरिक ज्ञान में दुनिया सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर के रास्ते देख रही है। हमें खुद भी इस दिशा में ज्यादा से ज्यादा जागरूक होने की जरूरत है। हम खुद भी ऐसे स्वदेशी और लोकल प्रोडक्ट इस्तेमाल करें और दूसरों को भी ये उपहार में दें। इससे हमारी पहचान भी मजबूत होगी, स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था भी मजबूत होगी और बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का भविष्य भी उज्जवल होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब हम धीरे धीरे मन की बात के 100वें एपिसोड के अभूतपूर्व पड़ाव की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। मुझे कई देशवासियों के पत्र मिले हैं जिनमें उन्होंने 100वें एपिसोड के बारे में बड़ी जिज्ञासा प्रकट की है। 100वें एपिसोड में हम क्या बात करें, उसे कैसे खास बनाएं, इसके लिए आप मुझे अपने सुझाव भेजेंगे तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। अगली बार हम वर्ष 2023 में मिलेंगे। मैं आप सभी को वर्ष 2023 की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। ये वर्ष भी देश के लिए खास रहे, देश नई ऊंचाइयों को छूता रहे। हमें मिलकर के संकल्प भी लेना है, साकार भी करना है। इस समय बहुत से लोग छुट्टियों के मूड में भी हैं। आप पर्वों को, इन अवसरों का खूब आनंद लीजिए, लेकिन थोड़ा सतर्क भी रहिए। आप भी देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया के कई देशों में कोरोना बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए हमें मास्क और हाथ धुलने जैसी सावधानियों का और ज्यादा ध्यान रखना है। हम सावधान रहेंगे तो सुरक्षित भी रहेंगे और हमारे उल्लास में कोई रुकावट भी नहीं पड़ेगी। इसी के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर ढेरों शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
So, Prime Minister's 100th edition of Mann Ki Baat and the last one of 2022. A milestone year, of course, Prime Minister Modi there in his Mann Ki Baat saying that how several initiatives have been taken for the youth of the nation, and this is, of course, the last edition of Mann Ki Baat for the year 2022. And tracking closely all the updates coming in on Tunisha's murder case, in fact, beg your pardon, death case, we are now given to understand that the FIR has been accessed, which states that before the suicide, Tunisha and her co-star, co-actor had a conversation for a few minutes on the set. The police is trying to find out what really transpired in that conversation, which happened just before Tunisha was forced to take that extreme step. In fact, details of the post-mortem are yet to be accessed, but what we've accessed is that FIR which has been registered in Tunisha's death case, which states that Tunisha and her co-actor were in a relationship. We'll go across to Sandeep as well, who's getting us all these exclusive details. But what we're given to understand is that all right, Sandeep is joining us live. Sandeep, if you could give us more details that you've learnt from your sources.
So yes, Samiksha, as far as the FIR copy is concerned and the suicide of Tunisha Sharma, the actress, is concerned, it is clearly mentioned in the FIR copy which Republic TV has accessed, which mentions that she committed suicide because she was upset with the fact that Shahzan Khan had broken up with her, and she was very much distressed, and after being distressed she took this decision to commit suicide. Now in fact, as far as the post-mortem reports are concerned, yes, it mentions that the death caused due to strangulation. Apart from that, the viscera report will be preserved, and the viscera is preserved, and in fact the report is awaited. Post-mortem is done. Soon Shahzan is out here in this police custody. This is the custody room wherein Shahzan is present, and in fact we also tried questioning Samiksha. We also tried questioning her sister Falaknaz whether she was aware of Shazan and Tunisha being in relationship. So definitely remember, she was very much silent, and in fact the main accused, Shazan Khan, who is the accused in this case, will be produced. He will be produced anytime soon from now. The police official, heavy security is being deployed out here at the Walev police station, and anytime soon, the Shazan Khan, the actor, the co-actor, who is in fact accused, and in fact remember, IPC 306, which mentions abetment of suicide, has imprisonment of 10 years. Now in fact is these are the sections in fact pressed against him, and in fact he will be shortly he's not ye nahi hai. So shortly the accused will be जी देखिए आईपीसी की धारा 306 के तहत जो है जो शहजान है उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया। और आपको बता दें, इस मामले को लेकर के पोस्टमार्टम हुआ है। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में ये लिखा गया है, साफ तौर पर ये लिखा गया है कि स्ट्रिंगुलाइटिंग यानी कि गले में रस्सी फांसने के कारण जो है उनकी मौत हो गई। उसके अलावा आपको बता दें कि फलकनाज जो उनकी बहन है, उन्हें भी जो है वो भी लीगल टीम के साथ जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची हैं, शिजान के लीगल टीम के साथ यहाँ पर पहुंची। और कुछ ही देर में शिजान So Shazan Ansari has been taken out. Shazan Khan is being taken to court now. Shazan is being taken to court. Shazan जो है, Shazan को पुलिस लेकर के जा रही है कोर्ट में। Shazan को पुलिस जो है वो कोर्ट लेकर के जा रही है, हमसे सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन Shazan अभी तक कोई जवाब देते नजर नहीं आ रहे। अपना चेहरा छुपाते हुए शिजान जो है वो यहाँ से निकले और जल्दी उन्हें वसई के कोर्ट में जो है वो पेश किया जाएगा। शिजान को वसई कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। निश्चित रूप से पुलिस रिमांड मांगी जाएगी। शिजान की पुलिस रिमांड जो है वो मांगी जाएगी। शिजान की पुलिस रिमांड मांगी जाएगी। देखिए, आईपीसी की धारा 306 के तहत हुई है गिरफ्तारी, और इस मामले को लेकर के पुलिस कोई भी रिस्क लेने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। आपको बता दें कि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट जो है वो उसमें साफ ये लिखा गया है कि चूंकि हैंगिंग थी वजह, स्ट्रिंगुलाइटिंग थी वजह, और यही कारण है कि जो है उनकी मौत हो गई। और आपको बता दें कि समीक्षा की इस मामले को लेकर के पुलिस कोई भी प्रकार का रिस्क लेना नहीं चाहती है। विसेरा रिपोर्ट जो है, इस मामले में विसेरा रिपोर्ट प्रिजर्व किया जा रहा है ताकि किसी भी प्रकार का ब्लेम जो है वो वसई पुलिस पर ना आए। आपको बता दें कि इस प्रकार के हाई प्रोफाइल सुसाइड केसेस में पुलिस पर लगातार जो है वो आरोप लगते हैं कोताही बरतने की, लेकिन इस मामले में पुलिस रिस्क लेने की के फिराक में नहीं। और आपको बता दें कि किसी भी प्रकार की चूक पुलिस द्वारा ना हो, इसका ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। और आपको बता दें कि अभी जो है वसई पुलिस जो है, वसई की जो वालिव पुलिस है, उसने जो है शिजान को वसई कोर्ट में जो है वो पेश किया जाएगा और वसई कोर्ट में उसकी रिमांड मांगी जाएगी। आपको बता दें कि इस जो धाराएं लगाई गई हैं, आईपीसी 306 की जो धारा लगी है इस मामले में, आईपीसी 306 की धारा के अंतर्गत करीब 10 साल के आसपास, यानी कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड, यानी कि सुसाइड के लिए, आत्महत्या के उकसाने के लिए जो है वो धारा लगाई गई है। देखने वाली बात होगी कि किस प्रकार से तथ्य जो है वो सामने रखे जाएंगे समीक्षा, और किस प्रकार की बातें जो है वो वालिव पुलिस स्टेशन जो है वो करती है। आपको बता दें, इसके अलावा एफआईआर रिपोर्ट में ये साफ लिखा है कि 15 दिन पहले जो है वो 15 दिन पहले जो है वो एफआईआर रिपोर्ट में ये साफ साफ लिखा है कि 15 दिन पहले इन्होंने इन दोनों ने ब्रेकअप किया था, जिसके कारण वो काफी डिस्ट्रेस थी, बहुत परेशान थी, अफसोस में थी। और यही कारण है कि उन्होंने ये कदम उठाया कि उन्होंने आत्महत्या जैसा कदम उठाया। और आपको बता दें कि फलकनाज जो उनकी बहन है वो अभी भी पुलिस स्टेशन में है और अपने जो लीगल टीम है शहजान की, उसके साथ वो वहां पर मौजूद है। निश्चित रूप से बेल के लिए वो अप्लाई इस मामले को लेकर के एंटिसिपेटरी बेल के लिए वो अप्लाई करना चाह रही होंगी, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से अब जो है कोर्ट में उन्हें लेकर के जाया जा रहा है। देखने वाली बात होगी कि क्या उन्हें पुलिस कस्टडी दी जाती है, अगर दी जाती है तो क्या 5 दिन के लिए दी जाती है या 10 दिन के लिए। तो देखने वाली बात यह भी होगी कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या कहते हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक जो जानकारी पुलिस द्वारा दी जा रही है उसके मुताबिक शहजान खान कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं पुलिस वालों के साथ। शहजान इज नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग एट ऑल। ये जो है वो पुलिस वाले बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि वो अपने बात में लोगों को उलझाया जा रहा है और किसी भी प्रकार का कोऑपरेशन जो है वो शहजान नहीं कर रहे हैं।
Sandeep getting us those exclusive visuals of Shahzan, who will be produced before the court in just a short while from now. But these are the visuals coming in from Vasai. Shahzan there being taken to the court. Remember the FI that's been registered against, in this case, in which we now understand that Shahzan has been booked under sections including 306 of the IPC. The sources there are telling Republic that the murder angle cannot be ruled out. However, the post-mortem report says that prima facie it appears that the cause was by hanging from that cloth. So those are some of the details that are just coming in. In fact, sources also telling Republic that Shahzan and Tunisha had a conversation just a few minutes before Tunisha took that extreme step. We'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll continue to get you more details in Tunisha's death case.
Your favorite service provider, 10, which gets you the best of entertainment, is back with something very special.
अभी मजा आएगा ना भिड़ो।
Your 3 favorite movie channels are bringing in super blockbuster films with features like wider picture and crystal clear sound straight to your home.
Wow. Oh, I love that expression.
To subscribe to your favorite channels, contact your local cable TV operator today or call 10 toll-free number 1-800-419-2020 now.
आइए नए उत्तर प्रदेश की क्षमता और असीमित अवसरों से सफलता की नई कहानी लिखें। यूपी ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स समिट 10 से 12 फरवरी 2023। नए भारत के ग्रोथ इंजन उत्तर प्रदेश में निवेश करें।
सामने फ्यूल पंप है, वहां से ले लें।
जी सर फ्यूल तो पिछले पंप में भी मिल जाता, इंडियन ऑयल में ऐसा क्या है?
कुछ है स्पेशल, खुद ही देख लेना। स्पेशल? अरे इंडियन ऑयल की तो बात ही कुछ और है।
जरा देखिए, फ्यूल तो बराबर डाल रहे हैं ना।
अरे यहाँ कंप्लीट ऑटोमेशन है, मतलब प्योर और पूरा दोनों ही। इन सेंट्रली मॉनिटर्ड मशीन्स की एक-एक रीडिंग का हिसाब है यहाँ पर। क्या हुआ?
सर बिल।
हाँ बिल हो गया।
वाह सर।
क्या था ना, इंडियन ऑयल की बात ही कुछ और है। इंडियन ऑयल, पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल।
it's just 1 second choosing a car for my mom.
What? Online car shopping? Wow, that's so cool, yeah.
शाहरुख ने बताया.
Wait up. Booking a car service.
From here.
क्यों? तुझे शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया?
इसने पूछा ही नहीं. There's so much more जो शाहरुख ने नहीं बताया. It's all on the industry first My Hyundai app. Open a world of possibility with My Hyundai app. One app, many worlds.
All the updates coming in on Tunisha's death case. We've even accessed the FIR copy, which states that Tunisha and Shizan were in a relationship, but just 15 days before they broke up. They had in fact broken up just 15 days before Tunisha was forced to take that extreme step of committing suicide. The visuals there on your screens of Shizan being taken to the court. He'll be produced before the court in just a while from now. But what we're given to understand is that Shizan and Tunisha had a conversation just minutes before Tunisha was forced to take that extreme step. Sandeep reporting there live from Vasai. Sandeep, if you could give us more details on what sources are telling you at this point, and also it will be very important to know that what conversation did the two have really before Tunisha was forced to take that extreme step.
See, this is something.
This Walid police station is also looking out for answers. Now remember, what Truth is has informed us that Tunisha and Shehzan Khan had a conversation before she took this kind of step. But at this point of time,
this Shehzan Khan, the accused in this case, who's been booked under IPC 306, is diverting police and misguiding them, misleading them with his, as statements again and again. Now it is definitely a tough task for Walid police to get his version and get the truths out, and for the same reason, remember, Samiksha, more than 20 people, now we are breaking this, more than 20 people have been quizzed from the set of Ali Baba. The co-actors, the junior artists, everyone has been questioned about their relationship, Samiksha, and at this point of time, Shehzan, the accused in this case, have been taken towards the court, and in fact we are following it very closely, and it definitely the police, Walid police will definitely seek his custody from the courthouse. Today is Sunday, being Sunday, he will be produced in the holiday court, and definitely police will be seeking his custody. It will be important to see what kind of how much days of custody does Walid police get?
Thus, and just to talk a little more of this FIR that we've also accessed in this case, which states that the two broke up just 15 days before Tunisha was forced to take that step. In fact, a lot of reactions as well we are getting. Let's play out that reaction coming in from Tunisha's co-actor Parth, who had also gone to the police station earlier this morning.
मुझे नहीं पता, मैं सेट पे नहीं था कल. उन्हें कुछ पूछताछ करनी है, उन्हें बस जानना है कि क्या था सेट पे, कैसा चल रहा था, माहौल क्या था, बस और कुछ जी. मैं एक्टर ही था सर.
अच्छा, तो आपको कुछ पता नहीं क्या हुआ था?
नहीं, मुझे अभी
पता चला झगड़ा हुआ था दोनों की.
नहीं सर, मुझे आइडिया, कल एक्चुअली मैं सेट पे था नहीं, तो कल मेरा मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं, मैं भी कमेंट नहीं कर सकता.
इनके रिलेशन चीजें कभी मतलब काफी टाइम से ठीक नहीं चल रही थी. 2 दिन पहले ही उनकी सेट पे भी लड़ाई हुई थी. क्या उसको लेकर क्या आपका बोलना है?
मैं देखिए, अभी मैं इस पे कमेंट कर नहीं सकता क्योंकि मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा आइडिया है नहीं. कल मैं वहाँ हॉस्पिटल पहुँचा, जब मुझे खबर मिली तो मैं हॉस्पिटल पहुँचा. वहाँ जाके फिर मैंने देखा शिजान, तो शिजान ने बोला कि आप मेरे साथ चलिए, तो मैं यहाँ आ गया उनके साथ. तो कल फिर शाम को पुलिस ने मुझसे बोला कि आप कल सुबह आ जाइएगा, तो बस मैं आ गया हूँ. अभी मुझे डिटेल पता चलेगा, वो मुझे बताएंगे, वो जो मुझसे पूछेंगे वो मुझे पता चलेगा.
हॉस्पिटल जब आप पहुंचे क्या जानकारी थी आपको, क्या बताया गया?
पहले मुझे पता चला कि ये कुछ उन्होंने अटेम्प्ट किया है ऐसा, बट श्योर नहीं था मैं कि क्या हुआ है। लेकिन फिर थोड़ा सा जब मैंने पूछा लोगों से तो फाइनली मुझे पता चला कि शी हैज एक्चुअली पास्ड। तो बस
All right, actor Shizan, who's an accused in this case, will be produced before the court in just a short while from now. Sandeep tracking all those breaking updates for us. Remember, this FIR that we've also accessed mentions that Shizan and Tunisha were in a relationship and that they broke up just 15 days before Tunisha was forced to take that extreme step. We are tracking all those updates very, very closely. A very short break for now, but more news breaks to continue on the other side of this very short break.
Mr. Blanc, you're the world's greatest detective, right?
In your words, there has been a murder. The killer wouldn't hesitate to kill again if it covers their tracks.
Wow!
Well, I'm out of here.
Yeah, me too.
Lock the doors. Stay in your rooms. Everyone is in danger.
Are you calling me dangerous?
Well, we'll see.
India welcomes those who further India's pride across the globe. Indian diaspora, partners of New India's growth journey in Amrit Kaal. Come and be a part of the 17th Pravasi Bharti Divas from 8th to 10th January 2023 at Indore, Madhya Pradesh, India. For registration, log on to pbdindia.gov.in.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation, so I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne, so now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
With Beto's Diabetes Care program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Everyone looks at the world today. At Hyundai, we go beyond with experiences that take us forward. Inspired by our today, we design your tomorrow. Some said electric is the future. We said, why stop there? At Hyundai, we are going beyond mobility, and you are welcome to join us.
And news in brief, construction worker was injured and some vehicles were damaged amid stone pelting from the Nepal border side in Uttarakhand. The attack had been one of the several such launched in past few days from across the border against Indian workers engaged in construction of a safety wall along Kali River. Responding to the attack on the Indian workers in Nepal, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that Nepal and India are friends and that if at all there is a dispute, it will be resolved amicably. China's foreign minister has said that China and India have maintained communication by diplomatic and military-to-military channels and that both countries are committed to upholding stability in border areas, further adding that China is ready to work with India in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. A very short break coming up on the other side. Details of actor Tunisha's death case. TV actor found dead at shooting set.
अब जियो मार्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले सेल में मोबाइल्स और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पे मिलेगा अप टू 80% ऑफ। तो साल जैसा भी गया हो, एंडिंग तो जबरदस्त होगी।
Magnificent picture, magnificent sound, magnificent experience, magnifique, high-performance TVs by iWa Japan, now in India.
क्या हुआ रोहन, क्या सोच रहा है?
रिया पहली सैलरी मिली है, तुम भी कुछ आइडिया दो, एक्सपेंसेस को कैसे प्लान किया जाए?
रोहन, एक्सपेंसेस के साथ साथ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लान करना भी जरूरी है।
देखो, सैलरी का कुछ हिस्सा घर के रेगुलर खर्चे के लिए और कुछ मैं अपने लिए भी तो सोच सकता हूँ ना, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट कहाँ करूँ?
सिंपल है, एनपीएस में।
एनपीएस में? रिया अभी तो मैंने कमाना शुरू किया है, इतना आगे के लिए अभी से क्यों पैसे जोड़ूं?
वो देखो, एक एक करके ईंट जोड़ी जाती है, तब जाके एक घर तैयार होता है। वैसे ही अभी से पैसे जोड़कर हम भी अपना रिटायरमेंट सुखी बना सकते हैं।
बात में तो दम है।
एनपीएस कम लागत वाली फ्लेक्सिबल लॉन्ग टर्म योजना है, जिससे आपकी बचत ग्रो होकर पेंशन का लाभ देती है।
अच्छा, फिर तो मैं अभी अपना एनपीएस अकाउंट ओपन करता हूँ।
जो कल की सोचते हैं वो आज से ही थोड़ा थोड़ा जोड़ते हैं।
पेंशन है तो टेंशन नहीं। एनपीएस में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है।
Taking on Gandhi sign, Ravi Shankar Prasad hit out at Rahul over his pro-China and anti-army line. Centre has written to states directing them to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. Meanwhile, India reported over 200 new COVID infections in the last 24 hours. A very short break will get you the latest on the other side. India pays tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 98th birth anniversary.
सोच रहा हूँ कमेंट्री ट्राई करूं। मैच का आखिरी बॉल, तेज तूफानी डिलीवरी, एक धमाकेदार शॉट और ये गया छक्का।
छक्का नहीं, टूटा। आपके टाइल्स को चाहिए MY के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि अब टाइल न टूटेगा न छूटेगा।
With Beto's Diabetes Care program, you get online doctor consultations, all your prescribed medicines and dietitian support on call. Get your complete diabetes management kit and expert advice with Beto's Diabetes Care program. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
%35.2% across India, 35% across English markets, 46% across super prime time, 43% across urban India. Channels that spend crores lose to content. Content wins, landing loses. Republic, the All India #1.
Major accident in a brick kiln in Ramgarhwa police station area of Champaran in Bihar.
Jammu and Kashmir, 2 people have been taken into custody. 1 Chinese pistol along with magazines and rounds, a Chinese grenade and detonators that had been recovered on their personnel. Massive fire has broken out in the shop in Delhi's Vikaspuri area.
TV actor found dead at shooting set. Co-actor arrested in abetment to suicide case. Republic accesses the FIR copy in Tunisha death case. Tunisha and Shizan were in a relationship. After India-China clash, China foreign minister makes big statement, says ready to hold border talks. Indian workers attacked along Nepal border in Uttarakhand. Amid massive upsurge in COVID cases, China stops publishing daily COVID data. India pays tribute to Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his 90th birth anniversary. And we cut across to breaking news coming in as the BJP is all set to announce its candidate for the mayoral post in the next 24 hours. BJP is in talks with the top leadership in this regard. BJP has not yet decided whether they will field their own candidate or support an independent candidate. But this certainly is a point of face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party when it comes to the recent MCD polls that the Aam Aadmi Party had won against the BJP, as the BJP is all set to announce its candidate for the mayor post. Details that we are picking up of how discussion is underway among the top leadership on who that person will be. They've not taken a call on that yet, and a decision on that will be announced in the next 24 hours. Now, they are still mulling between whether it should be its own candidate or they'll support an independent candidate. Raghav Chadha has spoken on this as the Aam Aadmi Party has challenged the BJP. Listen in.
ये घोषणा करी कि वे मेयर का चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे और मेयर के चुनाव में वे अपनी पार्टी का कोई प्रत्याशी खड़ा नहीं करेंगे। ये घोषणा बीजेपी के तमाम नेताओं ने, बड़े बड़े कद्दावर नेताओं ने दिल्ली के मीडिया के सामने, जनता के सामने की। लेकिन अब खबरें ये आ रही हैं कि बीजेपी एक निर्दलीय, एक आजाद उम्मीदवार, एक इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट मेयर के चुनाव में खड़ा करने जा रही है और उस इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट को बीजेपी के तमाम पार्षद सपोर्ट करके आम आदमी पार्टी को चुनौती देने जा रहे हैं। मैं बीजेपी की इस रणनीति का स्वागत करता हूं, लेकिन बीजेपी को एक सुझाव देना चाहता हूं। चुनाव लड़ने का अधिकार सबको है। आप अपनी पार्टी को सामने रखकर या सामने आकर मैदान में चुनाव लड़ें या पीछे से चोर दरवाजे से निर्दलीय चुनाव लड़ें, फैसला आपका है। लेकिन मेरा ये सुझाव है कि इतना डर क्यों? अगर चुनाव लड़ना ही है, मेयर के चुनाव में पार्टिसिपेट करना ही है, तो सामने आकर करिए। आम आदमी पार्टी से सीधी टक्कर लीजिए, रण के मैदान में लड़िए। जो
We also have a reaction with Harish Khurana. Let's listen in.
Looks like the war between the BJP and the AAP over MCD polls isn't over yet. This time it is the Aam Aadmi Party trading fresh allegations over the BJP and daring them to fight directly for the MCD mayoral elections and to put out a candidate of their own party. Right now I have with me BJP leader Harish Khurana. Fresh charges coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. This time Raghav Chadha daring the BJP to put your own candidate and not to support an independent candidate.
A small advice to Raghav Chadha. Raghav Chadha ji, see your party. Don't involve in our party what we are doing. We are a democratic party, not like you, a one-man show, where Arvind Kejriwal take all the decision and you follow them. We have a democratic process over here, and we are going to finalize whether we are going to fight an election or not. And this right has belonged to us, not. I mean, why are you so afraid? Are you afraid of that your Aam Aadmi Party councillors will switch over? Your councillors are for sale? I think you should take care of your MLA, of councillors, not what BJP is doing. They should take care of yourself, you know. And as far as BJP is concerned, our meetings is on, and I think by next 24 hours, we'll let you know whether we are going to fight elections or not. I mean, we have not taken a decision yet, and I don't know what sources he has gotten that we are supporting the independent candidate or for the mayor. It's up to us what we are going to do. Let them what we are doing it, and we are going to announce it by next 24 hours, because 27th is the last date, and before that we are going to announce it. Why so much?
For the benefit of our viewers, I would want to know if the BJP has still not decided to support the independent candidate, or will the BJP put their own candidate in the forefront?
What we are doing, we have a democratic process. We are having a consultation with our top leadership also, and within few hours or within one day, we're going to announce it in the public. Raghav Chadha will get to know, and media will also get to know what we are taking a decision, whether we are fielding our own candidate, or we are supporting anybody else, or we are not fielding even. We are going to announce it soon, and my only cause of concern is why Aam Aadmi Party is in so much panic. I mean, why they are thinking that their own councillors are for sale, and BJP is going to poach them. I think this shows that they are in so much panic that they have already announced that BJP is going to support councillor, independent candidate. Kahan se unko aata hai, I don't know.
Tanisha is now joining us live on the broadcast. Tanisha, clearly the prestige battle that still continues despite the polls that are over, and this is a claim that the Aam Aadmi Party had always been making even while polling was underway. Now a similar statement coming in, but the BJP saying that it is the Aam Aadmi Party that is in a huddle.
Rightly said, Swesha. It seems that the battle over the MCD is still not over yet. Like you said, it is a battle of prestige and a battle of perception as well. Remember, it was the Aam Aadmi Party who had ended the 15 years hegemony that the BJP was holding in the MCD. Now, soon after the Aam Aadmi Party won the MCD elections, they have half of the power of Delhi. But now we have fresh allegations and counter allegations coming in, where the Aam Aadmi Party this time has claimed that the BJP will be fighting for an independent candidate. Now, the BJP, however, remember, has refuted to all the allegations, and the breaking news coming in is that in 24 hours, they will announce, the BJP is going to announce who will they support for the mayoral post. Will it be a BJP candidate? Will it be an independent candidate, or will they not feel any candidate at all? But right now, the BJP has refuted to all the allegations that was put in by the Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha, wherein he said that an independent candidate is what BJP will be supporting. Back to studios.
Right, and also, Tanisha, now as far as the BJP is concerned, we are hearing that 24 hours that it will take until they make an announcement. What is the inside scoop? Are they planning to support an independent candidate, or will it be their own? Is it that they will make an announcement very soon, probably not even wait for 24 hours?
Right, so the inside scoop right now that we are getting in from our sources is that in 24 hours, that is in about next morning, is when we will get to know who will the BJP be supporting. 24 hours is the time that the BJP has given, because remember, 27th is the last date when they will have to announce which candidate will they
Tanisha,
be supporting.
I'm sorry, I'm having to interrupt you here. Sardar RP Singh is with us on the phone line. Very good morning to you. What more can you tell us on this Sunday afternoon? I'd say good afternoon to you. It's over 12. What is the BJP deciding in terms of who they will support for the position of the mayor?
Well, let's wait for another day's time. The time to file the nomination is till 27th. our state party is already working on it, and then they will come out with their strategy on how to go about the mayor's election. Although numbers are in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party. So let's wait. I mean, until that time there's some sort of dissent which comes out and open in the Aam Aadmi Party on their candidature.
All right, Sardar RP Singh, thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Also, we'll now keep a close eye on the announcement that is made, as is being said by the BJP. 24 hours is what they will take until they come out with that name. On that note, we take a quick check of the other big stories we are tracking this afternoon. A construction worker injured and some vehicles were damaged amid stone pelting by Nepal citizens at Dharchula. The attack had been one of several such launched in the past few days from across the border against Indian workers engaged in the construction of a safety wall along Kali River. Reacting to the attack on Indian workers in Nepal, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that Nepal and India are friends and that if at all there is a dispute, it will be resolved peacefully.
फ्रेंडली कंट्री ही नहीं बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि सचमुच नेपाल मेरा भाई है। ये जस्ट लाइक ए ब्रदर, एक भाई की तरह हम नेपाल के साथ संबंध रखते हैं, उसे अपने परिवार के रूप में देखते हैं। तो यदि कोई समस्या होगी तो मिल बैठकर उस मामले को सुलझा लेंगे। अच्छे रिश्ते बनाकर चलने वाले लोग हैं।
उत्तराखंड का तो रोटी बेटी का रिश्ता है नेपाल के साथ। सर इस तरह की घटनाएं
उत्तराखंड पूरे भारत का है।
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi says that China and India have maintained communication through diplomatic and military channels. Both countries committed to upholding stability in border areas. He's further added that we stand ready to work with India in the direction towards steady and sound growth of China-India relations. BJP launches a massive attack on Rahul Gandhi over his pro-China and anti-army line. Centre writes to states.
ये है मोहब्बत का पैगाम लेकर और साथ में वो चल रहे हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने की बात करते हैं। ये सच्चाई है कि नहीं?
Centre writes to states, directs to ensure regular supply of medical oxygen for COVID management. Meanwhile, India records 227 new coronavirus infections. Number of active cases that have risen to 3,424 as per the Union Health Ministry. Amid global COVID upsurge, China has stopped publishing daily COVID cases amid fresh surge. China's National Health Commission, which is to issue the country's COVID-19 case figures on a daily basis starting Sunday, stopped publishing the update.